people Philippine, Shatol Angre, Shatol Pilim Sik Swastal, one marvelous la country, Papa me pray. Lo Pelisi na Mari Blue, Pastablo, people blow me. Papa me Payton, as we get here, give me blood good blood ting ting, guiding Prime Minister blow me blah. One them all executive members, give more good blood wisdom, low good blood decision, blow benefit blow people, blood is la country. Papa me pray, as me blah. Go through the session, keep me blah, good blah, ting ting, good blah idea, me blah, discuss, lo future blah, picking Papa me pray, lo those who are hearing across the country, who should watch it live, or who should also know the public gallery, Papa me pray, you bless him all. Papa me Payton, thank you, lo give me blah win, and life, Papa it's like Upman, people yet you come up him, Capman yet you come up him, lo look out the people blue. Papa, me pray, lo speaker, as I'm sitting down, lo siaplem, lo controlling mouse. Papa, you give me good wisdom, knowledge, na sawa lem too. Papa, me pray, na me committee, all the members, me bla lo respective districts. Papa, all people, bla, only, sali me bla for the purpose to serve them. Papa, also, when them decision, when they walk me block him, Papa, you bless him. All no good plan, now plans no good, Papa, me ask you, lo rouse him. Papa, me pray, na me committee this entire country blow me bla Papa New Guinea, lo only throne blow you. Papa also tasol, me bla make him this la prayer where he had Jesus you been line me bla long him. Our Father, what is thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. As we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honorable members, milek simdes le time lo gat look sabe lo presence lo online is lo public gallery lo yumi all final year sumatin lo Pacific Adventist University all women ministry lo Kiriwina United Church. On behalf of Parliament, me extend him you all the visitors a very warm welcome. Notices, petitions, ask him in our talk sabe 4:10 minutes. Me look sabe lo honorable member belong Rabaul.
Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question for the Attorney General and Minister for Justice to respond to. A long time now, you may harim finish long the new court structure.
All is absent, so can you redirect this question?
Thank you. Point of order, Mr. Red. So
I'll reserve my question for later.
Okay. Honorable member belong Bulolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning again, good morning to you. Question from me, I'm going to Minister of Health if he's around. Me asking the Prime Minister.
You may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, aste lo front page lo post Korea. All talk lo shortage lo immunization. Vaccines. Yeah, immunization, vaccine. This is something that picking in the vaccine. God to go sem, you must multiply. That's all. This is something by stopping you now. Plenty of pikinini of stop lo flesh, especially bololo, mi got problem lo, road no, o sem big flood no, something come up so. How bol mama ksim bol pikinini ko lausik. How bol baby nukla born baby by kissing vaccines. Also something I want all basic something, basic drugs or something mi like him must stop lo districts lo mi pla. So question lo mi tasolo. Health Minister, I'm no stop so got through you, Mr. Speaker, bagolo Prime Minister, Mosem Bab. Mi plug at some way, mi plug kissing on Marasin come inside. Come inside lo district hospitals from Pla. Because Bololo district seven miniamana wawaria. Now also complain lo people lo Narabla district am kissim. Marasin lo mi plan na pinisim lo people lo mi sa paini Marasin. So mi like mi plan mas at least put in plant mo inside lo so. Senta blo. Mi plan kata lo Tripla district. So before mi like edim tasolo sem before mi plan sa looking all nest sa gonsait lo karna gonsait lo community na kim sutol pikinini. Before mi stop lo pita block mi big plan inside lo pita block lo kam kumo lo lay. Mi plasa pila mabo last lo mango na mi plasa looking all nest kim sutol baby. Now no got mama mas kissing baby na go lo ausik lo outside. So inapi mi kisim sla pasin comeback we all nest go pain him all baby instead lo baby go pain him nest. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate this question from the member for Bulolo. But firstly, let me acknowledge our students as well as our sisters and mothers from TVWAN electorate. Thank you for being in Parliament with us. Mr. Speaker, I have been informed by the Health Department that there are supplies in stock. And where areas of demand are, they will be dispatching those supplies to. And we also certainly I want to give assurance to this House, the country, that at no time will we compromise the health of our children, our people. Medicine is essential. Whatever it takes to ensure medicines are in stock, we will do as a government to ensure our people's life and our children's life are not compromised. Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister conveys his apologies to the Parliament. He's attending to his election petition in Wabek today as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Blong, Nipa Kutubu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question blew me without notice goes to the Prime Minister. Question blew me, Mr. was a Prime Minister, or ex-minister, but as a Minister of Ministers and the author of the Connect PNG and Leave No District or People Behind, I want to ask through the office of the Speaker that the people of Manbosawi are still disconnected to date.
We got point of order. Honorable Member Blowadi Mogrin, one point of order, you.
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that the relevant minister is on the floor of Parliament, and the member should be directing the question to the minister responsible and not the Prime Minister. Unless the minister is not there, then he can direct the questions to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, you in order. Honorable Member Blong Nipa Kutubu, you can direct the question on the minister responsible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Background to my question, Manbosawi LLG is located between Heights, Como, Kutupu, Southeast Mananda, Moran, and Penyang oil and gas projects. Manbosawi also borders Hela Province, Western Province, and Gulf Province with a population of about 20,000 people. The distance from Kutupu in Waro to the Muluma government station in Manbosawi is about 60 kilometers, with 17 of these kilometers in Kutubu LLG, before you reach the mighty Tagale River. And here, you have about 75 meters bridge that needs to be constructed. And from Tagale to Muluma government station is about 45 kilometers. Today, as I speak, the Nipa Kutubu DDA, in partnership with the Kutubu president and Mamba Sawe LG presidents, who have contributed about 1.5 million kina, we have put some monies together to start building and constructing this road for the first time. And my question is, when will the Marabarossa government fund this critical road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Works.
Thank you, through you, Speaker. Me, this is Platanos la morning, lot of thank you. Could last him, member of Nipa Kutubu, Lord Display Road, member road goes him long. Kutubu, Nagolo Bosavi, Mount Bosavi. Mount Bosavi, one block along all these places were very isolated, Naomi remote. Na underneath the display Connect PNG, la display program Connect PNG, underneath the display Gaman, Emi concentrate display Connect PNG and go down along all places were very isolated, Emi remote, but only he can contribute long economy plus the country. Mount Bosavi and one block display places where he got all good block cacao to establish the hub. Naomi was in Nambis, along all highlands. Now, this hub, we got plenty all money sleepless hub. Naomi border in Western Province. Now, underneath the Connect PNG, we put him up all budget, flaming budget now. Now, next year, we capture in Mount Bosavi, that is the road bago sem long. Mogulu golo nomad na by kamablo kiunga na kamo sem long. Connecting Mount Bosavi by one tap long Kutubu. So this pla hub emi stop underneath long plane to this pla gaman. Na nilo connect PNG emi stop. Also on top of this pla, me like this pla time to lot talk thank you long. You know wasting time, you one pla member outside you go past na you through the DDA you put the money go down. Now you start in work finish. Me like appeal on all members. Connect PNG by come, but time money blow roads through the DDA or district infrastructure grants na or provincial grants come. You start in work na Connect PNG by come supporting you. Now I think you have taken that initiative and let me thank you for having that initiative now you have started. We are on to it. Milaga sorry member Blonipa Kutubu Osem. Connect PNG. There's alignment, there's la road, lo Bosavi na golong. Western Province, and Mr. Pinisabambla helping you starting as of next year. Thank you, too. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Basia look sabe long member of Lorabal because Minister Attorney and Justice and Company, so you can now ask him Blue to talk sabe Minister.
Mr. Speaker, simple question. That's all you go Attorney General and Minister of Law, Justice. Long pala time now, you may go harim long desala new pala court structure, especially the appeal process. Now, me like him, the sole Attorney General, lo talk save lo Parliament and the public, whether there's only activate him, there's a process finish, or when him time to room, only launch him, there's a passing belong appeal, long national court, you go lo appeals court, nambiyan you go lo Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, long member Blong Rabal. And one important question. Country wait long. You mean wait long this answer. Restructuring of a court system, high court system. Now we plug up National Court and Supreme Court. That's all now. We plan by kissing Court of Appeal. He come inside. National Court, Appeal, he go along Supreme, nice Court of Appeal, Bian Ken, he can tap long Supreme Court. He no got. In no same judges only sabe. Aram lo National Court and Biani go Supreme Court at this emba stop. National Court judges baram National Court as all. Court of Appeals, all barem appeal court solino na guanda or come down. Now, Supreme Court judges barem Supreme Court matters only. Also, na there last Parliament in Ablo Pinisim this legislation in Ab come through. That's all problem and also a law is have a talk time you one blood term one blood business is tablo notice paper by non ab continue ko nar blood term. Also na nami bla restart this la process again. First time NEC mi bla submit to go long NEC approve him. Me talk thank you long Prime Minister and government long approve him this plan. I want them certain amendments. Nambian, he go long first legislative council long only look na work him this law again, tidy him up law. Now all work finished. Now Mr. Speaker, I think this law paper is stop long on desk for you. Please get him this law in Ablo you can November sitting you start process you can first reading come up long November. So in good luck question am now people are ready judges to only initiate him now. Department lo me one time people all gonna ila come up in this plan. He got some time you overlook him that's all. Doing something is better than not doing anything. So we correct him as we go. One time this me like speaker me like to thank you long you give me chance. Now member Bloraba long ask him good luck question.
Thank you. One of the Islam is surgim leglik also media mixing pinisa the slab bill na mi notin agim lo clock all now balik lo process long gesettle now na gesetim is stop long gesettle na bien by come back lo parliament na you make and pass him the slab bill. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader.
Thank you. Speaker, now how much lo looking you come back sit down lo say you. Thank you. My question without notice goes to the good Minister for Finance and Planning. And if I could ask the Minister for Treasury to take note, and PM also, please. Mr. Speaker, on or around 2020, just before the elections, DSG funds for Milne Bay Province and Oro Province were redirected and all paid to Kerama Open. Mr. Speaker, we lost those funds that were supposed to be paid to our districts, and in so doing, I actually wrote to Dan, the Secretary for Finance, Ken Nangen, and he has confirmed that those funds were all paid to Kerama Open. Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate enough to bump into the Treasurer yesterday, and my questions are as follows. Number one, if warrants were issued for those DSG funds for our districts, why were the funds redirected and paid to Kerama Open? Number one. Number two, if Mr. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, if you are aware of this, when can you replace these funds and have them paid to the electorates that are affected? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the good Deputy Opposition Leader for raising an important question and at the same time giving the benefit of me to respond to this question and at the same time talk several has to do with current status law, DSG. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's two components of our DSG. That's the discretionary and the non-discretionary component. This discretionary component is about 250,000, and then non-discretionary component is another 250,000, totaling 500,000. And that funding is administered by the Department of DRD, Implementation of Rural Development. As to the question of warrants been released for this particular two provinces, one Milne Bay and one Oro. Mr. Speaker, I have not seen any letter or anything as to do with this particular issue, and this is the first time it's raising, and I'm being aware of this matter on the floor. But from what I know, one, when funds are released for DSG, it's administered by DRD and not Finance Department. And DRD comes in the midst, so Mr. Speaker, I will ask the department to check if that statement is making is true, and those funds have been have been directed to another district. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I don't think when funds are appropriated for one particular province or two provinces in this matter, or on Milne Bay, secretaries can pick and choose to divert to another district. And when he's saying Kerma, I'm hoping that it's the member for Kerma, because these are non-discretionary funds and would be paid to the district member at that time. So I will investigate if that actually happened, and if funds were actually meant for Milne Bay and Oro were actually paid to Kerma District Treasury. And also as to if those funds were paid and why were they paid in that way. But Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, DSG funds are held under DRD, and when we produce reports, upon reports they release those funds. Even some districts, I'd like to let this House know that some districts have not collected their funds because of the issue of reports. Only when reports are given, those DSG funds are released. So if districts and members and governors have not acquitted for previous years, and the previous years as well, the department has a strict policy as to not give DSG funds based on acquittals being present, and then they give funds. So I'd like to assure the Deputy Opposition Leader, I will inquire on this matter today if those actually happen, and then if that's done, I will ensure that it's corrected and those DSGs are reimbursed to those respective provinces, particularly Milne Bay and Oro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a supplementary. Supplementary? We have a supplementary. Honourable Member, what is your supplementary?
My supplementary is I want to confirm that it is true, and so my question to the Minister is that I have not accessed my DSG since last year because I cannot acquit for something I did not get. And that is the reason why I'm just asking, when can you ensure that that is available so we can expand and we acquit to get our this year's and last year's funds? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take note of the supplementary by a good member for Ivijatari. I want to reassure him as well, because his district is affected as well as the member for and Deputy Opposition Leader as well, that I will investigate, because this is the first time this matter is raised on the floor and has not come to my office yet. So I'll investigate and ensure that we correct this if that actually happened. And I thank the two members for raising the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. What is your point of order, Opposition Leader?
If I can be given the opportunity to table the papers so that the good minister can receive them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Blong Kundiawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is intended for the Minister of Fisheries, but it's not here, so I'll direct that to the Minister for International Trade. And that's in relation to the Pacific Maritime Industrial Zone, which is a project proposal that the government has been tossing back and forth for the last 15 years. And that's a very important project because it will create more than 10,000 jobs for this country. And it's also located close to the international shipping route. And that's also an attractive destination for investors that are interested in investing in the PMIZ. And it will be the largest cold storage facility in the Pacific region and Asia that will bring all the fish caught in our waters to the PMIZ, process that and store that and export that to offshore markets. But to that, the project has not commenced yet. So I'd like to ask the Minister for International Trade, what is the state of the PMIZ project as it is now? And do we have a project management team and a plan to execute the project? And if no, can he inform the House and the country when the government and his ministry intends to pursue the project? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Internal Trade and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Akundiawa for a very important question. Just for the clarity of Parliament, PMIZ reports to me under my ministerial determination, so the question has come to the right minister, not the Minister for Fisheries. So I just want to provide that clarity. I'll now go on and answer the question. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is correct. This project has been lurking in the woodworks for nearly 15 years now. Successive governments have tried to get the PMIZ running, and we haven't been able to do that. Since I became the minister responsible, I want to update Parliament on what we are doing to get the PMIZ up and running by next year. Mr. Speaker, various governments, in terms of the proposals we've looked at, we were looking at building a wharf and then inviting locators to come and locate within PMIZ. Now, I've decided against that because immediately next to the PMIZ area is Adi Tuna. We share the same boundary with them, and they already have a wharf and a docking facility where they're able to provide services to maintain all the pêcheurs, their own pêcheurs. So the Marabe government has now decided to undertake a study to partner the first fishing company in this country that processes fish, Adi Tuna. There is a state negotiating team undertaking negotiations right now for us to partner them and go into a joint venture company that will allow Papua New Guinea for the first time to own boats and build and own a cannery and start the process in getting the PMIZ up. We don't need to build a new wharf. It's too expensive. There's a wharf next door. They have water and they have the expertise. So the government's plan is to go into a joint venture agreement with them, start the fishing, and then look at building a first big cannery, a world-class cannery in PMIZ next year, using some of the funds that the government has already provided for in the budget. 70 million for PMIZ and 30 million for the Manus province to go into fisheries. So that's where we are at. At this stage, we are hoping that the state negotiating team and the ADI team will conclude the negotiations over the next 4 weeks, and then a proposal will come back to Cabinet through the Ministerial Economic Committee to set up the first joint venture, and this will for the first time allow this country to start owning fishing boats, and our own local fishermen and women can start to learn how to fish and fish on these pêcheurs and in the industry. Right now we don't own the industry at all. We are only rent collectors. This is a very important step, and I'm happy to inform Parliament that in the next few weeks I should be bringing back a proposal to Cabinet on how we can go into a joint venture, and by next year start building the PMIZ through building the first fish processing plant within the PMIZ. And if we get the first one up, I have no doubt many other investors will start looking at putting up processing facilities within PMIZ, and then that's how we will get it built and realized at the cheapest cost possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Lomi. Without notice, I'll direct this question to the Minister for Works, the hard-working Minister for Works. Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like, on behalf of my people of Makam, I'd like to thank the government of Marape Rosso
to continue this program of the Connect PNG program. Connect PNG program is giving plenty result, plenty up, plenty roti open, plenty up roti no go, roti kama pinis. Minister, me sit down lo chair lo antap na me looking plenty bekim you oklo. As bekim lo here time all man ask him. Na you plenty report lo plenty have lo Papua New Guinea connected through this program. My Minister, my question to you is this. Can you inform this House how many districts in Papua New Guinea have been funded already under the program of the Connect PNG program? I'm aware that this program, every district have a road project that every district has to be funded under this program of Connect PNG. I'd like you to inform this House how many districts in the country have been funded under this Connect PNG program road. Suppose ogada district kisim pinis, amas play kisim na amas play no kisimiet. Inab you inform him house law displa. Na suppose amas play only no kisimiet by one time by you kisim. I'm asking this question because my district have received one term of funding under that program in the last 5 years, and not in this first year of the Connect PNG program. And I'm asking, as the budget is coming, are you going to assure us that every district who hasn't received fund for the Connect PNG program, are we still going to be given the previous years we haven't been funded, and the funded years to come, are we going to be funded under that program? So that you me surukim disla good work block Connect PNG. I am fully support about that. It opens one part of my road where Kolta na go mi putim ligli up Kolta go pinis. And I'm still funding it under my DSIP. And I'm still asking if the whole district of Papua New Guinea are funded under this program, can we inform this House how many districts have been funded already? How many districts are to be funded? And those districts are not yet been funded. Are we going to be funded before the year of budget this year ended? If you don't have this information, can you assure this House that you can table information to this House in the next sitting? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Works.
Through you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, me like talk. Thank you, long. Deputy Speaker, na two member long. Makam. Ask him very good or pertinent question. Connect PNG, we got two pla. Connect PNG, luruk long all main national highways, now all main roads, lo Papua New Guinea, all roads where any main roads, main highways, all national highways. Also, Connect PNG is looking into connecting province to province, all main highways. That's all. All number two, all districts, blow MIPLA, now all province, you got all fundings will go down, all district, all infrastructure funds. So, Lord country, long districts, MIPLA got all districts where he got all missing links. MIPLA identify them. All missing links now all economic corridor. All these districts where been Kisim Road, but only can contribute to economic blows per country. Places also Karamui Nomane. Places also Midaramu, Nagolo Baya. Display more shortcuts where Highlands Highway there are 2 or 3 districts. Emi staplo display part plus the country. Places also Teleforming. Places also Finsafen. Where we connecting 3, 4, 5 districts, but you got economic corridor and stop. Where time road you go, all this plan by Kamlo market, by contribute to the economy of this country. Connect PNG and we concentrate na lurudo this or roads. Means connect PNG by delivering all the districts, now all the provinces law roads, and then connect PNG. But all people will identify them. While Connect PNG will go, Mipla will identify him na all places where you know connect. Jose first ask him na mi kisim finish Jose Mount Posavi. Place Jose telephone in Inoxim Road. And priority Mipla start lo put him road. Lo connect him all. And then lo missing link. Lo Connect PNG. All districts where Emi place Jose Mguelala. Place Jose Finsafen. Place Jose Minyamia. Place Jose Marawaka. Place Jose Raikost. Place Jose Tewai Siasi. All this like all have where Inoxim Road. And I need to Connect PNG. Place Jose Bosavi. Place Jose Nomad River. Place Jose Molsovip. Where now road will go. So priority blood is government priority and I need long Connect PNG. Road start lo gutung na finish long East Cape. Na road start long Kopiako. Na kam finish long lay. Road finish long Kikori na finish come on top join him Hagen. All kind of all main. All Bogia come no mereng na he join him all people main road Connect PNG me concentrate long Lurug lo display. Whole civic highway. Start lo we go long Lumi. Lumi na bien connect oran long Aitape. Kendrian closest ta kamo se long Pomio. These are missing links.
Honorable Minister Imigat point of order. Honorable Member Blong Dragiki. Abudi Dragiki. Point of order.
Point of order. Let me also. Dili half time is tabiat and planning man asking questions, so I'm pulling sorry long time to myself. I'm answering question good. Question problem two something. Number one, I'm DSIP. Plan the districts operate the DSIP log road block. That's 3 million. But PIP projects na Connect PNG, I'm not plus something, so I must talk several answering question long and straight. That's why I pull story. I'm kissing people like say to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Member Blong Abunti Dragigi, I think point of order I mean order legally. Minister, by you answering question Blong Member Blong Makam. Let me ask him, have you provide him list Blong Usat and in it long program where you program is start funding finish or not yet? So I'm asking Blongan.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say me like giving background past them na bian migi mansa. Osem meaning block Connect PNG na meaning block DSIP na na pla funds all over. Because plenty member I foul to us na me like giving background past them so. As a background I Connect PNG is straight all economic main corridors na main highways na all halfway all connect road in go because one plus strong plus talk blah connect the unconnected save the unsafe. All this life is finished, so you mean must have a lot. Mipla, he will go around long province to province. Long Sudan want them all members, want them governors. Lo identify more roads, lo one province. Lo give Mipla 3 or 4 road where then by go and need lo Connect PNG taso. On the roads, you go to districts, province yet you look out him. So Mipla is starting want them 3 or 4 province finish. Before long, next year, budget he come out. Before the road you may start, and by least long ogata or roads by come out too. So me like asorim, member blong makam mosem, ask him little districts, almost the districts ikisim road now this pla, and by come out. Suppose district no come out, lo name list, he must have osem, and me no start Connect PNG. Suppose you say me start Connect PNG, you say economic road now by districts by Connect PNG by Alpim. So thank you.
Honorable Governor of Southern Highlands.
Speaker, question blomi inogat lo notice directed long Minister Blow Intergovernment Relations. It's about this much talked about LLG elections, local level government elections. Togat lo country through you, Mr. Speaker. We ask him, Minister, Togat lo country where LLG elections by come up or no got? Number one. Number two, suppose embe come up lo one time. Talk out, talk straight. People clearness now. Number three, how much money by this LLG elections costing long country, so Miblo can clear na stuff. Number 4, long president's election. Presidential LLG president's election and one big challenge long country. Local level government, no get funding lo development na projects na all this but fight lo presidents and winning fight lo all open members too. In my province, we got 20 LLGs and then 18 LLGs, local level governments. One time, Yelibu Eben, na Mendi Eben, make him 20 LLGs. Lo displa, last president elections, all go camping where ward councillors mark him, all presidents. Camping him cost him big heavy and big challenge na bagarawim sit down long all community. Government direct him resources go to DDA, direct him go to LLG. On something we know that big resource long and lo tier government fight lo come up presidents and go big so long province me working resolution that long this 20 LLGs I will want my province to get the presidential system of voting where people mark him presidents. So what is the view of the national government through whether people mark him or vote mark him? Long case long province me vote mark him and come up big heavy through na even some presidential elections and hang up national court now as I speak. So must talk out number 4 question must talk out clear long country where councillors by mark him or people by mark him. Long case long Southern Highlands me like him people must mark him president's law because that's user friendly. We have enough election related issues in the province. So Mr. Speaker, this I think we must talk straight, talk clear, talk out.
Honorable Minister of Provincial and Local Level Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also thank the Honorable Governor for Southern Highlands for asking this very important question. A series of questions 1 to 4. First question he asked was whether or not LLG election will be held. The confirmation is that yes, it's confirmed that LNG election will be held next year. That kind of answered the second question. So it's next year, July to August. So that answered the second question. Third is that whether there will be funds. Mr. Speaker, this is an important election of the third level government, which is an important part of our government system. And therefore, funds will be made available. I know our government will make funds available to fund this very important election. As to how much it will cost, I can't give you that. That will be subject to discussion between my organization, my department, as well as Electoral Commission to come up with the budget to conduct this very important election. Fourth question, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important question and it's been debated the last week as to the question is whether or not people should elect the presidents of the LLGs or heads of LLGs, sometimes known as presidents, or currently being practiced, which is ward members would elect the presidents. Since last week I've answered that question, but in the interest of the question being asked, since last week the government caucus has sat down and looked at it, and this week as well. I've raised the issue in government caucus as to getting the reaction from members of the government caucus as to how they want
presidents to be elected. So we conducted that in the government election. Government caucus last week and this week. And the majority of the members in caucus would like to see that presidents are elected by people. So that is what I will be taking to the cabinet. And then after cabinet has endorsed that, then we can then present it to Governor General for endorsement and approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a supplementary? Huh? No, okay. Honorable Member of Kokopo.
Mr. Speaker, long Luksabeken, long all people block Kokopo. Before me ask him question, we must welcome him you back. He come long house, good la help. Thank you. Question blow me without notice. He go long. Good plan Minister belong Labor. Now before me ask him question, he go long and by me talk him. Thank you, Prime Minister. Lo good plan wisdom blow you on behalf of long all mothers lo Kokopo. Long working appointment. Lo on plan mama inside long country long sanap maki mol mama long NEC. My question without notice, again, Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science, Technology, take note. My questions are in relation to the trade testing and roles of the National Apprentice Trade Testing Board, or NTTB. We believe that yes, all through the years, you make out all resource person, skills person. Today, inside long East New Britain, and of course, yes, last week was a question raised on the floor of here regarding the issues of employment, and particularly on our government's plan. And I believe through the Marape Rosso government, it's got a plan to creating 1 million jobs in the country by 2027. The focus of my question were in relation to the basic trade skills training, such as carpentry, plumbing, mechanics, electrician, and also businesses, etc. The aim at the meeting, the high demand for skilled trades, men and women in the various industry and resources project. Mr. Speaker, in East New Britain, of course, on behalf of the Governor, we are now supporting the youth into life skills training. Many people have completed basic trade skills training and are waiting testing certification. The only testing facility in East New Britain province is at Kokopo Business College for training and business skills. The other testing facilities at Raval, which is in the Gazelle district, training center for technical skills testing has been non-operational for some time. My question, of course, is there a backlog of young trainees and level 1, level 2 to level 3 skills, trade skills, awaiting testing and national certificate or NC in the province. My question is the minister, the good minister, aware of this issue we face in East New Britain? Second question, what plans or action have been undertaken by the department to establish the trade testing standard facilities and equipment for national certification NC level 1, 2 and 3, and of course in East New Britain and some other provinces. Question 3, assessors are well-trained and NTTB certified people to conduct apprentice trade testing. Can the minister confirm how many NTTB certified assessors for various trades do we have national record, and are there plans to train more assessors and localize them in the provinces and including East New Britain? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister for Higher Education. Honorable Soria Swa, Minister of Labour and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, me talk thank you lo good la question blo member blo kokopo. I think it is a very appropriate question coming from
Hello, I'm Carol Kiddo Jr. with the news update. Air New Guinea will resume flights to Wapenamanda in Enga province on Thursday or next Tuesday earliest. Minister for Transport and Civil Aviation Walter Schnobelt has announced in Parliament on Tuesday. Air New Guinea and other airline operators suspended their flights to Wapenamanda due to the continuous tribal fights in the area. Hence, Minister for Transport and Civil Aviation Walter Schnobelt urged provincial leaders to resolve the issue and allow government services, including airline operations, to operate in the province. He was responding to questions raised by Governor for Enga, Sir Peter Ipatas. Minister Schnobelt further pointed out that Air New Guinea already did a groundwork survey and confirmed that commercial flights will resume this Thursday or next Tuesday.
I would like to also ask the leaders along Enga province to please work together to try and curb and control or take charge of the ground situation. Air New Guinea has done a ground survey in relation to the risk management using Wapenamanda airport. Na nyama mas lo report also Air New Guinea has come back and they're happy to fly back into Wapenamanda. They could start this Thursday or latest next Tuesday.
Octady Mining has kick-started awareness meetings with stakeholders in anticipation of the 2024 Community and Mine Continuation Agreement Review. The two-day meeting involved over 100 leaders and representatives from mine villages, CMCA communities, government bodies and key organizations. OTML aims to keep stakeholders informed about operational updates and prepare mine-associated communities for the CMCA review scheduled for 2024. The review process will span 3 phases, focusing on initial awareness, drafting strategic plans, and conducting negotiations. Jesse Pile, OTML's general manager, highlighted the company's restructuring aligned with a new vision for sustained economic and social benefits beyond mine closure. Stakeholders welcome the vision, emphasizing collaboration opportunities to address social and economic sustainability gaps in the Western Province. Secondary school in Panya's Southern Highlands province tried out the software and thought it was the best way to assist students in guiding one's assessments and examinations. Member for Kariku Peter Isoaimo, who is currently undergoing dialysis kidney treatment at the PNG Kidney Foundation, thanked the Marape Rosso government and the Minister for Health for supporting the growth of Kidney Foundation in Papua New Guinea. He said Papua New Guineans today are privileged to have these services. This service was not available 10 years ago.
The Marape Rosso government, especially Minister for Health, Minister and Ministry of Health, and Department for giving prominence to dialysis. Because 10 years ago, anyone who's diagnosed with kidney issues like me would be dead and gone, you see. Today we survived prolonged.
Papua New Guinea's Governor-General Sir Bob Dadai has urged for increased cooperation with Finland across multiple sectors. Speaking during the presentation of credentials ceremony, the Governor-General highlighted areas such as trade, defense, maritime security, and technology for potential collaboration. Both nations expressed interest in expanding their economic ties, with Finland already making notable investments in marine and energy technology within Papua New Guinea. The call for enhanced cooperation comes as Finland, the newest NATO member, seeks supporting for peacekeeping nations like Papua New Guinea in global forums. The diplomatic push signals as commitment to strengthening ties that were established in 1977 at the non-resident ambassadorial level. Enga Province actively joined the Labour Mobility Program in 2019. Over 369 youths from Enga have been dispatched and are in Australia, working in the agriculture and food processing sectors, bridging the labour market gap. Enga's strategic move seeks to sustain livelihoods and boost the cash economy, setting a precedent in the PNG Labour Mobility Program. Enga's Labour Mobility Program Coordinator Margaret Potane emphasizes the program's role in empowering youth and fostering skills for local SMEs.
Decided to engage the grade 12 dropouts to go into this labor mobility scheme so they could have a chance in life and get themselves acquire skills to come back home and to help our local SMEs where you can see the products there. We have the products, but we need the expert skills. So we need our seasonal workers, boys and girls from grade 10 and 12 dropouts to go and work in the program and acquire the skills and come back and help our SME rural mothers and youth in our province, and also to sustain their livelihood and increase our cash economy in the province and country as a whole.
In regional news, Papua New Guinea's National Cultural Commission is making headlines with its travelling art exhibition program aimed at reviving the nation's art industry. Launched in November 2022, the initiative, led by Stephen Kilanda, collaborates with Paradise Palette to showcase contemporary cultural heritage. The ongoing PNG Contemporary Arts exhibition in Darwin, Australia, features works by artists Robert Banassi and Morgan Lavapo, marking their debut on the global stage. The exhibition, symbolizing unity through a clay pot metaphor, celebrates PNG's rich cultural heritage. Hilary Maria, Arts Industry and Development Manager, expressed gratitude for Australian support and emphasized the initiative's role in celebrating PNG's 50th anniversary in 2025. The program not only showcases cultural diversity but also promises a lasting impact on the global arts scene. Dozens of people have been killed in an artillery strike at a camp for internally displaced people in Myanmar's Kachin state.
It was just before midnight last night when this artillery strike hit a camp for internally displaced people, effectively a refugee camp in Liza in Kachin State, which is in Myanmar's north, right up near the Chinese border. Now, it's reported that at least 29 people were killed in that strike and dozens more injured, although firm numbers are difficult to confirm. But there are some really harrowing and graphic scenes emerging on social media of bodies laid out, in particular bodies of children. It seems like a lot of children were caught up in this amongst the debris and the rubble. Now, that camp was just kilometres away from the headquarters in this military camp run by the Kachin Independence Army, which is in conflict with Myanmar's military junta. Now, the head of the KIA has said it's unclear what kind of attack this was. No aeroplanes were heard overhead, so they're investigating whether or not it might have been a drone strike. But of course, the Kachin Independence Army has been in conflict with Myanmar's military for decades, but that's really ramped up since the coup in February 2021. And last year, Myanmar military airstrikes on a KIA-organised concert killed 50 people and injured another 70. So this is not unheard of, but there are so many civilians caught up in this, it's quite devastating. And in recent months, tensions have really escalated in Kachin State. There have been something like 80 battles and 20 airstrikes in the space of 6 weeks. So things are really heating up there between the Kachin Independence Army and the military junta. Now, the shadow National Unity government have said that the military is responsible for this attack, and they've called it a war crime and a crime against humanity, and they're calling on the international community to act. But I'm yet to see much action or much response from the international community. Obviously, this has just happened.
Australia's political leaders have condemned a pro-Palestinian rally outside the Sydney Opera House last night. Some of the demonstrators set off flares and yelled anti-Semitic slogans as the sails were lit up in the colours of the Israeli flag.
In front of Australia's most famous landmarks, hundreds of Palestinians and their supporters sent a message to the world. The plan, organisers said, was for a peaceful rally supporting the Palestinian people and opposing the decision to light up the Opera House for Israel. But as the sails turned blue and white, the forecourt became an angry shade of red.
It is anti-Semitic. Some of the slogans that I heard shouting, completely reprehensible.
Some of the conduct last night was appalling.
The behaviour we saw last night was from a minority. The organisers of the protest made it very clear that we didn't tolerate such behaviour. We intervened very quickly.
Shame, shame, Israel! The protest began at Town Hall.
It's heartbreaking that seeing civilians are being killed. It's very, very emotional right now.
Emotional and tense. This man, who turned up with an Israeli flag, was quickly arrested.
Arrested? For doing what? For what? Having a flag. Reaching the police.
Police had asked Israelis to stay away from the city for their safety, but didn't ask the same of pro-Palestinian demonstrators.
To see a peace-loving community, the Jewish community, locked out from our own CBD while the mob ran riot and prevailed should not have been able to occur.
The best option for police was to manage the movement of those people.
The Premier's defended his decision.
We lit up the Opera House specifically to show solidarity with the Jewish community.
I don't think we should do one or the other. I think we should be supportive of both our communities.
Free Palestine! More protests are planned for this weekend.
In sports, the PNG Comores and the Cook Islands go head-to-head this Sunday, 15th October, at the National Football Stadium in the opening match of the Pacific Bowl Championships. Comores halfback Kyle Labert has been named captain to lead a strong PNG team. According to head coach Justin Holbrook, Jack de Belin will make his test debut at lock for the red and gold side, joining Dragons teammate Dan Russell and Titans prospect Jacob Alec in the forward pack. Storm centre Justin Olam is the major omission from the 17-man side and is under an injury cloud, but has been included in the wider squad, with Zach Labert and Roderick Tai named in the centres. Alex Johnson moves from his usual spot on the wing to line up at fullback. Edwin Ipape is serving a one-game suspension from the RFL and has not been named. He may be available for the Fiji game. The Flying Fijians have suffered a huge blow ahead of their 2023 Rugby World Cup quarter-final clash against England next week. Lock forward Temo Mayanavunua has been ruled out of the tournament due to injury.
In a statement this morning, Fiji Rugby has confirmed that Mayanavunua suffered a knee injury during their final pool match against Portugal on Sunday and was substituted off early in the first half of the game. Mayanavunua came off the bench in the Flying Fijians' first three matches of the Rugby World Cup and earned his first start against Portugal, but was unfortunate as it was cut short. The 25-year-old lock has been instrumental for the Flying Fijians coming off the bench for the team and providing the impact needed in this tournament. There is no confirmation yet on Mayanavanua's replacement for the remainder of the tournament. In the other Rugby World Cup quarterfinals, Wales will play Argentina at 3 a.m. Sunday, Ireland will take on the All Blacks at 7 a.m. on Sunday, and host France will play South Africa at 7 a.m. next Monday. Terry Longwood, TVWAN Sports.
And that's all for now. Join us at 6 this evening for the main news. Bye for now.
in the areas of mitigation and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea is not a net contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. It has the third largest rainforest in the world. Papua New Guinea has contributed significantly to cleaning up the carbon dioxide that is being emitted by the world's largest polluters. Papua New Guinea only emits 0.02% of total greenhouse gas emissions. This is very, very insignificant, and it's only a drop in the ocean when we compare to countries like China that contributes about 10.6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide, which is about 29.1% of total global emissions. The United States contributes 5 billion metric tons, which is 17%. India, 2.5 billion metric tons, which is 7% of carbon dioxide. PNG is only 0.02%, very insignificant, Mr. Speaker. Like all developing countries, Papua New Guinea is one of the non-Annex I parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or the UNFCCC, Mr. Speaker. This means that they are not obligated to set their targets of restoring greenhouse gas emissions or make commitments to attaining such targets within an agreed time period. Like the developed industrialized nations who are categorized as the Annex I parties to the UNFCCC. All parties, however, the non-Annex I parties and the Annex I parties all agree to work together to deal with the effects and the impact of greenhouse gas emissions. This is about mitigation and adaptation measures, strategies and policies that we must put in place as a nation within a national sustainable development framework. Mr. Speaker, the issue outlined in this draft bill that is now passed seeks to take Papua New Guinea into developing a carbon market with its stringent taxing regimes, but this is not in line with our international obligation under the UNFCCC as a non-Annex I party. Mr. Speaker, so if we agree to the suggested amendments, particularly of Section 38 and 39, we are now acting as if Papua New Guinea is one of the main emitters, as those in Annex I parties of the Convention, and committing Papua New Guinea to a set of targets of reduction of emissions that we need to attain within that set time frame. Mr. Speaker, we are not obligated to take the options that this legislation contains. Furthermore, it should be rejected. We should focus more on adaptation and mitigation matters to assist our communities deal with the immediate effects of climate change, like sea level rise that affects more than 60% of our country. Mr. Speaker, we have just seen the ICCC approved increase in fuel prices for petrol, diesel, kerosene, Zoom, due to increase in crude oil prices worldwide. Petrol has increased by 25.17 toya per liter. Diesel has increased by 44.95 toya per liter. Kerosene has increased by 48.77 toya per liter. Just recently, the National Capital District Commission has set bus fares to 2 kina per passenger in the city, and 20 kina is the minimum fare for taxis in Port Moresby. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, by introducing 1 toya levy on fuel, on diesel, on petrol, on kerosene, on Zoom, on top of what is already an increase in prices announced by the ICCC for trucks. Under this amendment, we are imposing an additional 2 kina on top of diesel trucks or trucks that have a 200-liter capacity. We are imposing 80 toya extra, or 1 kina on top of taxis, sedans, according to the fuel tank capacities. Mr. Speaker, it's not only 1 toya that we are putting on top the fuel, we are also including a carbon tax on top of the fuel also. It is 5 kina per kilogram of, it's 5 kina per how much kilogram of carbon that is inside one fuel
in 1 liter fuel. That is also applied, including an extra 50 kina that we impose on international travels. So this is what we are trying to approve now, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to add more cost to doing business in Papua New Guinea. This bill is going to create inflationary impact, and it's going to make it frustratingly difficult for ordinary Papua New Guineans to go about their daily activities, Mr. Speaker. We have killed many of our sectors, like forestry, through bad taxes. Inflation continues to remain high, while wages have not risen. This has reduced real wages of our families throughout Papua New Guinea, Mr. Speaker. Now we are raising fuel costs. Also, we are imposing import taxes on fertilizers, Mr. Speaker. This is going to affect our agricultural sector. Our PMVs are going to pay more on fuel, and so we can expect PMVs to charge more as a result of this bill, including additional. Mr. Speaker, when you add 1 toya, for example, let me give you a simple example. 1 toya may sound little, but you know you are from the maritime province. You have 1 drum of fuel just to travel, and 1 drum of fuel is 200 liters. You multiply by 1 toya, and bit more money. Right now we have about 1,200 kina per drum of fuel in many parts of the rural areas. You add in this 1 toya. On top of that, that's an extra what? 400 kina. You look at 1,600. This is the reality of what I am saying, Mr. Speaker. Papua New Guinea needs to do everything to remain competitive as a nation. But this bill, which is now before us, is not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. Until now, the policy objective of this bill continues to elude me. It is a confusing bill. On one hand, this government wants to create 100,000 SMEs by 2027, 1 million jobs by 2027. It has set up parliamentary committees to look into identifying and making recommendations to remove impediments to businesses in progressing the objectives in the MTDP4. But this bill, Mr. Speaker, in my view, is going to derail that. It is going to work in the opposite direction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is like 2 blind men sitting on a canoe facing each other and paddling. We are not going to go anywhere with this bill, Mr. Speaker. This bill is not good for the country's economy and the welfare of our already struggling businesses and families. The content of this bill is more appropriate to an Annex 1 party, a developed nation, so that they can meet their targets. PNG does not have any targets to meet, so why is this bill here? The European Union has already established a carbon emission trading scheme. Papua New Guinea can identify and participate in that scheme so that decentralized industrialized nations can offset their emissions through the scheme. It does not make sense why we are establishing an emission trading scheme in Papua New Guinea to facilitate what? Domestic trade in carbon. We should trade internationally, using the environmental management systems that is already established. The world is not going to come and participate in Papua New Guinea born environmental trading emission scheme, Mr. Speaker. Parliament should reject this bill. This bill and its contents shows this government's thinking is not in the right place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor Morbe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill which is being proposed by the Minister for Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the argument presented by the opposition leader in rebutting the argument presented by the Minister. I appreciate his comment. There's always 2 sides to the coin. So what he's doing is appreciative, and the work he's supposed to do, he did. But as a government, I am in support of the bill. The amendment proposes to make sure, one, that the principal amendment confirms and is consistent and it complements other existing laws that we have in relation to public service and finance and the other things we have in this country. So the amendment, Mr. Speaker, seeks to make sure that this amendment will marry into those existing acts of Parliament, so it makes sure that we are consistent in relation to the administration, whatever administration that might be in this country. The principal amendment did not do that. So the Minister is doing that to make that thing happen, and I commend the Minister on those things. And then secondly, I see that this particular bill intends to make sure that the authority is established, or is established so that the authority is given teeth to do other things, particularly in relation to the text on emissions, carbon emissions into this world. Papua New Guinea is not alone. Papua New Guinea is part of the international community, and whatever that emission that is emitted from Papua New Guinea affects the world, And whatever emissions that the world emits affects Papua New Guinea. We're on one planet. So in as much as we're thinking about development, whatever development that might be, to progress the development, advancement in its country, we must be very careful of the fact that this planet has a system by science called ecosystem. And there must be equilibrium in the ecosystem. And what has happened is the international community have produced emission to this world. Bunch of them are just so greedy. They're doing it for the enrichment, for wealthy themselves. They want to have more money. That's why they're going into companies, they're producing whatever they want to produce. In so doing, they're producing carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, if it is not controlled, that carbon dioxide will be so much so that that will destroy the environment, human being, on the land, in the sea. And this is, and the whole entire life and the whole ecosystem is going to be affected. In actual fact, it has been affected. The carbon dioxide that has been produced has destroyed our atmosphere. The atmosphere which protects us from the strong sun that is coming through the planet. It has destroyed. It's just like an umbrella. Umbrella has been destroyed, and now the sun is coming direct to the planet. That is why we see all sorts of change of weather around the globe, Mr. Acting Speaker. And the international community, and as I said, Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea alone must be tuned to the views of the international community. In as much as we're trying to promote business and get rich, we have to protect the environment so that, Mr. Speaker, this ecosystem is protected as it was from the beginning. God created heaven and earth. It must get there. And there must be equilibrium in the ecosystem. And that is not happening, Mr. Speaker. And the French are the country, Japanese is the country, both of them, before in Kyoto, they passed some protocols there, and then happened recently in France, where the international community of people gathered there in France to talk about how they're going to protect this world, make sure the ecosystem is operating. They met. The Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Peter O'Neill at that time, plus the Minister John Pundari, the Minister for Climate Change, represented our country. They did so well. They made the presentation, the interests of Papua New Guinea, and Papua New Guinea is one of the leading nations in making sure the world is safe for us and for the future. Papua New Guinea is a leading, and Papua New Guinea is a leading nation, and it passed this bill, the principal bill that we're trying to amend. When we comment
the leaders at the time, the Honourable Peter O'Neill and John Pundari, Minister at the time, they did it. And the bill was passed eventually to effect our position. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is making a proposal for the amendment, and I support him. I fully support him. We have to take action in this country so that the international community will know that Papua New Guinea is serious in the protection of ecosystem, equilibrium in the ecosystem. The planet must be all in order as it was from the time when God created it, Mr. Acting Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea has taken action. It has taken action. Little that has to be taken place, but the effect of that little will have a substantial effect. Substantial effect. And Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. I support the bill. And the Minister, I can see, proposes some things that are, and giving them the authority to have the jurisdiction to do something. And Minister proposes those matters that needs to be done. Registration of carbon emission. The authority has the power to make sure there is the register, to register the carbon emission in this country, produced by companies, mostly companies. There must be a register, so that we tell the international community that that's what we are doing now. That's what Papua New Guinea is doing. Of course, we can raise our hand up and say, we are the third country in the international community. We got the rainforest, the highest rainforest. We can boast about it. We can boast about it. But at the same time, we must show that we are in tune with the international community in making sure that what the international community is, as proposed and accepted in Kyoto protocols, Kyoto, and in the Paris Agreement, is implemented. Is implemented. And I'm sure when we pass this bill today, the international community will applaud us for the good things that we are doing. We're doing. And I agree with the opposition leader. I agree with the opposition leader to this extent that Papua New Guinea, having done this, we should tell the international community to be serious. To be serious. The Americans, the Chinese, the Australians initially, the Europeans, they're the people. They're the people. They produce biggest carbon dioxide. They're the people who produce the biggest carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And they must be told. This is what I'm doing in Papua New Guinea. All right, I'm taking stock of the carbon emission. This is what we're doing. I'm taxing my people. I'm taxing the company operating in Papua New Guinea, small as they may be, but I'm living by example, Mr. Speaker. I'm living by example. I'm taxing them. Okay, you're the big company, you're the big country, you're the biggest producer, Mr. Speaker. You're the biggest country, you're producing, and you take stock and you action it. You action it. The Australians, our friends down there, the Prime Minister John Howard, he refused to sign the Kyoto Protocol. His country, in the region, is producing the highest quantity of carbon dioxide, and he refused to sign. But the new Prime Minister came in, Mr. Rudd, Honourable the Prime Minister Rudd, he's a man enough. He's a man enough, and he signed the Kyoto Protocols. He did. He signed. And that gave a different and the right position for the Australian. And in our region, we have to lead by example. And Mr. Minister, this bill you're trying to tax, we can jump up and down, but let's lead by example. Let's live by example. Let's charge it. Let's charge it. So we are complaining now, Mr. Speaker. We are complaining now. Your island, our island in Manus, has been eaten away. It's eaten away. I was there. It's eaten away. They're going to sink. In the island of some islands in the Milne Bay sinking. Almost there. And island, and even not just the island, Mr. Speaker, but the mainland, coastal land. Once upon a time we had coconut tree and plantation 100 meters away from the mainland, had all been eaten away by the sea. Because there's a rise of sea. That's the truth. It's not just a dream talk, but it's a true talk. It's a real thing. It's a real talk, Mr. Speaker. It's happening. In PNG. We are not doing enough, with the greatest respect, to make sure that we do anything, everything under the sun to make sure that we attend to the destruction of this planet by actions of some few greedy people. We're not doing enough. But, Minister, you're doing it. You present the bill, and I'm sure from that money we can use this money to resettle people, to build sea walls, Mr. Speaker, as it's happening in Tonga, it's happening in Samoa, it's happening in Nauru. We're getting loan to build big roads into the highlands and in Morobin and those places. We're getting money to build big bridges. But they're getting loan to put up the sea walls to protect the island. And we're not doing enough to protect the island people. We're not doing enough to the coastal people. Their land has been eaten away by the rising of the sea. And that is why the Minister, you've taken the right step. And the debt deduction, debt charges on the people who are discharging the carbon emission, they should be taxed. So that, Minister, maybe next time later, you should build a bill so that this money collected should be used to build those islands which have been eaten by a rising sea. And I would like the Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, time me talk, me ogolo tingi mi na talk, me big playground. Mr. Speaker, me ogolo tingi le yuna me ogolo talk. Mr. Talk. Mr. Speaker, so I'm sure in the next bill you're going to bring will help us to make sure that this money is directed to the protection of our people whose land and island have been eaten away by the rising of the sea. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, those people in PNG, Morbi is one of them, we got a very thick, heavy virgin forest. We've got it. We've got it. Gulf Province, I've been there, between Gulf Province in the Southern Islands and the Simbu Province, in the middle there, but very big thick forest there. In the Oro, big thick forest there. In the Western Province, big thick forest there. Very thick forest there. We are the ones, we are protecting this world from carbon dioxide. We are the one. We are doing it. We must be compensated, Prime Minister. You make plenty of friends around. I can see it. Thank you very much. Plenty of friends. We're making plenty of friends. We're reaching plenty of leaders of the world. We're talking to them. But when you address the United Nations one time, Mr. Speaker, with due respect, as said without any ambiguity, the United Nations, as said it as a nation, the nation which is protecting this world from the effect of the carbon emission. We must tell them they must compensate us now. Compensate Papua New Guinea now. Long do I believe me? Compensate me now. Do I believe me? Compensate me long. Long even long Solwara believe me too. Solwara M2 stop long protecting emission from carbon dioxide, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I humbly request the leadership to demonstrate leadership in the defense of this country. We are just so much concentrating on minerals, the minerals. We're concentrating on oil and gas. We're concentrating on that. But eventually those minerals, those gas will all be exploited. At the end of the day, when we are not careful, when we are not wise, and when we don't use this money that we made from oil and gas and save it for this country so that we can have the best utility, doesn't matter those when minerals and gas become extinct, exploited, we will still have investment from that we have made to sustain this country. If we are not careful, we'll be just like Wawulolo. Wawulolo. They are neighbors from the international community. They exploit the golds on the surface of the land. They've taken everything away and left behind nothing. And all of my people in the Wawulolo are drinking mercuries now. They're taking mercury, drinking mercury now is tough. I tell you, I don't want to see Papua New Guinea like that in the future. We must tell the international community to compensate us, Mr. Minister. You are the leader. Compensate us for the discharge of oxygen into the air, Mr. Speaker. Right? We protect the world from carbon dioxide, and we discharge oxygen to the world and save the world. Today, as we speak, second and minute and hour, we are saving the world with the discharge of our oxygen. And we are not being compensated for the receiving the carbon dioxide in our trees and saving the world, and we are not being compensated for the discharge of the oxygen into the air. We should be compensated for the carbon dioxide, and we should be compensated for the discharge of oxygen into the air. So, Mr. Minister, make sure that we come up with regulations by the act, take it to the international community so that they must pay us, Mr. Speaker, pay us for the emission and carbon observant, that's the word. Carbon observant and protect the world, and oxygen to the world to save the world. We must be paid on carbon dioxide, and we must also pay for the oxygen. And I'm sure the minister, you're a very able minister. You're bringing the right bill to the proposed amendment to the principal bill, and I'm here to support you. But I want to take the war to the international community. I am sure the international community will support us. They will support us. The people who are coming here to make sure that we get this carbon credit. Too much talk about carbon credit, Mr. Speaker, in this country. All the money will go behind him, all America come here, all the short money come here, all will go behind him all, Mr. Speaker. But what has happened? They got nothing out of all of this thing. They got nothing. It's like a cargo cult, Mr. Speaker. Cargo cult here. But I'm sure the minister and the Prime Minister and others, you are going to the world. Your representation for us to the world has been salient, and I commend you for that. But let's bring the right thing to save this country. How do we benefit? We are contributing to the world to save the world, and the world must do the fair thing, is to compensate us for what we give to the world. And I will support this bill. This is a stepping stone, and I see it as a stepping stone. And next more bills, you will bring them in the future. I trust your leadership. I trust the Prime Minister's leadership and the government's leadership and the government team. I think we should all support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of State Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this very important amendment to an existing act. Mr. Speaker, we as a country have come of age, and we've, in terms of the environmental issues, made very important strides. It all started way back in the year 2000 when the Parliament at that time consolidated 12 existing different legislation which dealt with environmental matters and then introduced the Environment Act. And after those amendments were made and that legislation came through, our Prime Minister at that time, the great Sir Michael Somare, championed our country's status as a country that had large untapped reserves of natural rainforest in the world. And he was one of the leading figures in the coalition of rainforest nations. And we have come of age. And the second very important piece of legislation that this country introduced was way back in 2015 when the Climate Change Management Act was introduced. And that was a very important piece of legislation which again demonstrated to the world that Papua New Guinea has become an important player in matters of environment. And what these amendments seek to do, Mr. Speaker, they are just simple. In my view, Mr. Speaker, they are not designed to collect more revenue. They just are designed to encourage more carbon emissions from being introduced in this country. If you look at, Mr. Speaker, the carbon levy that this amendment seeks to bring to place, only relates to tax that will be applied to the level of carbon that one can find in the fuel that we're importing in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, the other levy, the nitrogen levy, also seeks to regulate the way in which importers bring in synthetic fertilizer into this country, nitrogen fertilizer. So these are amendments that are designed to make sure that whoever is involved in these sort of activities is made aware of the environmental impact that they will be causing. So we are only seeking to regulate and to discourage emissions from being brought into this country. Mr. Speaker, we have done well in terms of pointing out to the world that the environment issues are very important. And we've also read about major lenders, lobby groups, publicly calling for people not to lend, or bankers not to lend to a big project like our Papua LNG project, for instance. They have said that as long as those projects deal with carbon or fuel, they should not be actually financed. So we as a country stand a lot to lose if we do not take any steps to do our bit. And this, although a small amendment to an existing legislation, will help manage our efforts in the way we encourage investment from the national bankers. As all of us know, and everyone is talking about the environment, and if we are not seen to be doing our part, we stand to lose in a very, very big way. And Papua New Guinea, as we all know, whilst hosting one of the world's last undeveloped timber resources, we also on the receiving end of climate change. And as all of us know, our beautiful islands of Mortlock are living examples of what climate change can do to our people. So we have a lot to gain, Mr. Speaker, by approving these amendments. We have nothing to lose. These are simply mechanisms designed to discourage people from introducing more emissions to the atmosphere. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the good minister in this rather straightforward, simple amendment that will make everyone in the country gain and nothing to lose, Mr. Speaker. And I commend this bill.
Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me too, me like totok little this bill. I would like to support the opposition leader in our views with regards to this bill that is now presented before us. Mr. Speaker, firstly, let me say that I was very fortunate in the past to have attended one of these meetings in Paris, COP21, and having heard what the minister has presented before us, it worries me a bit. It worries me in that bigger emitters of CO2 have refused to sign on the dotted line. Now, Yumi, this is a country, Mr. Speaker, who emits less than 1% or even less than 0.5%, are penalizing ourselves and our people to pay for somebody's wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, suppose one man come to Burkim house blow you, now you catch him this man, but you talk silo this man, fix him problem and cause him. You know, blow you turn him na talking Mary blow you. Problem here, money cause him to so limit to pay him. That's why, Mr. Speaker, as I stand here to support the opposition leader and our views on the issue of climate change that is affecting the world, but more so Yumi Lo Papua New Guinea, I take note of this. And the governor of Morobe rightfully said that way back then, Sir Michael Somare realized the potential that Papua New Guinea has. The potential in that we are the third largest forest cover in the world. That on its own, Mr. Speaker, is already a measure and a contribution of Papua New Guinea's contribution to the greenhouse emissions. Mr. Speaker, if we are already contributing by preserving our forest, by making certain that the emissions of CO2 that are emitted by industrialized nations are taken care of by our forest, we are already playing our part to save the world. Why do we go ahead and continue to levy our people, continue to ask more from our suffering people, continue to tax them with high taxes? It does not give me any logical thinking person on this floor should look at it and say, no, I'm not going to support this bill. We continue to penalize our people time and time again in this house, Mr. Speaker. And then ministers travel, come back and tell us that under the UNFCCC,
we have a point of order. Honourable Prime Minister, what's your point of order?
Inference that we continue to penalize our people time in, time out again is a wrong assessment by Honourable Leader in this House. This House is not meant to be every time penalizing our people. That is a wrong assessment, and using Section 141 and subsection 2 of the Standing Order, it cannot contest government policy based on assessment or inferences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if it is a session, suppose MT knows them, our people are feeling the pinch of the decisions that we make, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me continue by saying that under the UNFCCC, CCC, the Green Climate Change continues to announce there is $14 billion sitting there under the Green Fund. Why can't, under this bill, we put a team together that will access that fund to fix our issues in the country, the issues that were created by industrialized nations, issues that were not created by us? Why do we have to penalize ourselves for someone else doing? It is important that this bill, when I look at this bill, it is about domestic trades, not about international trade. It's not about emission schemes, carbon trade internationally. It's about ourselves here. Why are we trading within ourselves? Simply register and use the trading schemes that are currently already available in the international markets, not within us. So, Mr. Speaker, me, like a minister and a prime minister and a leader of government business, that the provision in this bill should be removed or relooked at and revised, so that time you look in this bill, the opposition leader has highlighted the figures already, Mr. Speaker. The effect that will hit our people. The treasurer knows very well. Currently, a can of Coke on his island costs about 7 kina. Today, fuel cost on the Kiruna Islands is 8 kina per liter. With this bill, it will go up to 10 kina per liter. Zoom, for that matter. It will affect our people more severely. Also, me ask him, Prime Minister, Minister, now ministers, please, if the current bill go back, do a proper analysis. And behind if the current come, Nibla opposition by supporting. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to talk for the last time also
Boats work transporting all people blame me. Na kai lo sawara. Now by Salim Mogara cost that they've incurred back to the end user, and the end user is the people. We have to consider our people when it comes to making such decisions. We have to consult more on this paper. I don't think there is sufficient consultation in this paper, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, you Blue Island, me Blue Island, and a lot of people out here, seated here, leaders who are seated here, are from remote places. Now, me Pili Mosem, Mr. Speaker, if NCDC has already felt the effect, now listen, PMV fare, Guantaplo 2 kina, and by Guantapia. Taxi now or Kati Mosem 20 kina, whether you travel here, go down Logorans Market. You do not buy them less than 20 kina, it has to be more than 20 kina. Why have they come up with these measures? Such bills will push those prices up. And so, Mr. Speaker, me asking you, through our good Prime Minister and the ministers, that this bill be withdrawn, taken back to the drawing board, get it fixed, come back, na mipla lo opposition by supporting UPLA, lo make certain that this bill is passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Blonga Kunio Gembok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I would like to commend the Minister for Environment and Conservation, Climate Change, for bringing this very important bill to the Parliament, which is a very overdue pending task that was needed to be done, and I commend you and your staff for bringing this very important bill to Parliament. I have two issues that I'd like to point out. Firstly, that bill has to be harmonized with the Forestry Act. Because yesterday we had the Forestry Minister's statement. He mentioned that they are also into the space of carbon trading. So that's where we need to have more consultation with Forestry and Climate Change and Authority, so we can try and see how we can fit in. And we also passing this year's budget, we will raise 30 million as forestry levy. So where are we going to park that levy? So that's one point that I think the bill needs to be consulted in consultation with Forestry Act. And also the application of the Non-Tax Revenue Act on the current bill that's on food. Because we see that now finance is wiping out all the finances, all the money that's held in statutory authorities. So how does that affect the proposed bill that we currently have in the House? The other point that I'd like to make is that the bill must prescribe the expenditure. How are we going to spend the money that we raise from these levies? It has to be in very concrete terms that we must finance the adaptation and mitigation, including conservation efforts in this country. And that has to be prescribed in the bill. Because if we don't, we raise the money, we keep it in trust accounts, and finance comes again and sweeps it to consolidated revenue. And also it builds more accountability when we have money sitting in trust accounts, so that we can be able to spend in environmental conservation, adaptation, and mitigation. Over the years, the government has not been supporting adaptation and mitigation, including conservation. Every year we fund 1 million, 5 million. How do we? We claim to be the third largest rainforest nation in the world, but we have not been making budgetary appropriations to adequately fund our conservation efforts and addressing adaptation and mitigation. And I commend you, Mr. Speaker, for Minister for bringing this bill, because that will be a revenue-raising initiative that the authority is undertaking that we must all support, so that they can become financially self-sustainable and they can be able to finance adaptation, mitigation and conservation efforts in the country. We can also argue that it's an additional tax, but we must also understand that the biggest emitters in this country are multinational corporations. And their countries have signed up to the Paris Agreement, and they are obligated under the Paris Agreement to meet their share of carbon credits that they have to buy from other countries. So with that, Mr. Speaker, these are my few remarks, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Very, very short, in support of the Minister's bill. In 2008, while I was sitting on the second chair on the left side of me as Deputy Prime Minister, the late Grand Chief saw in his wisdom the need for Papua New Guinea to raise the issue of climate change. And many of you are very well versed with all the arguments since. I, for one, strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that as a nation, we should push for green economy as a nation. We must, as a nation with the recognized volume of forest we have, all our policies must move towards developing a green economy, smarter and the first in the globe. When we were pushing for an establishment of the Climate Change Authority and the legislations came in, one of the issues that we've been blamed for as a nation is the lack of legislative frameworks. And so I stand to support the minister, because in these amendments, he's bringing in one missing issue, and in his statement, and this is why I stand to support it, and I ask everybody to support it too. And that is that under this amendment, the authority will be empowered to establish a national carbon market framework and registry. That's been missing. And so we cannot regulate. Plenty cowboys by come na go. So without this, we've been struggling. And so, Minister, you are doing the right thing, and I stand to support you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Yalebu Pangia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, thank you, Law. Give me opportunity, Law. Working some Lig Talk. I don't know why there's a rush to this passing of this legislation. Many of us support the minister, and I congratulate the minister for bringing this bill onto this floor. It's a very important conversation to have in this country. Mr. Speaker, this particular issue on carbon trading and, of course, climate change in general has got a huge potential for our country. And many leaders who are still here and many who have left us have been participants in many discussions on many global forums about this issue. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been our own worst enemy because we have not organized ourselves. And as a result, few individuals from outside our country have come in and taken advantage of us. And we seem to be giving them the opportunity to make money out of the ignorance of our people. And the legislation that the minister is bringing has got a potential to regulate that. And we support him for it. If the bill is to have an administrative framework that is going to manage carbon trading on behalf of the people, for the people in our country, that's a good bill. But at the same time, you're penalizing the users, especially the fuel taxes and things, just to raise a few revenues to have an administrative management of this issue in the country. And we are penalizing our people who are already struggling to make ends meet. I think the good minister and his team should relook at the sections on fees and charges. If the fees are going to be charged to people who are emitting carbon into our air, and of course they are not being responsible, then we need to charge them. But when we are, for example, fuel dependent in our country for our very survival and of course for our economy, charging more and more levies on fuels and things like that, that already our people are paying too high a price. I mean, you look at the charges that our power companies are charging us, our shipping companies are charging us, our fuel companies are charging us. When our real wages of our people have not increased. I don't know when was the last time the minimum wages board sat down to adjust minimum wages in this country. So you and I, as the leaders of our people, we're sitting in this house, we know how our people are struggling.
Now, if this bill is just another way of establishing trust accounts and raising more revenues for government and departments to run, please let us not fund the inefficiencies by charging our people more taxes and more fees. We can fund this through our budget. You've got a budget coming up in November. And this particular bill can go together with the budget papers, so we all can support it. Because, as we know, Mr. Speaker, over the past many years, we've seen so many carbon cowboys come and go. And when our managers and our public servants are not working, these cowboys take over all the international conferences and run around doing deals on our behalf, which benefits them. They come and do deals with our landowners, giving them nothing, virtually. We are reading many articles on India which is reflecting this. I think it is responsible for us as a government and, of course, leaders of our people to make sure that we protect our people's rights to the benefits of this big carbon market that's there. Papua New Guinea has fallen well behind, Mr. Speaker. We have fallen well behind the rest of the world. When, in fact, we represent almost 7 or 8% of the biodiversity of our global climate and environment. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this particular bill, if we frame it properly, is worth billions to our economy. And the minister needs to be supported. But I think that, it's in its third reading. The minister needs to get more consultations about especially the charges and the fees that we are passing on to our people. There's nothing wrong with about introducing bills that are going to tighten the administration of carbon market in our country and especially dealing with our international partners. Mr. Speaker, when I hear of some of the other smaller Pacific Island countries having access to these big commitments and funds that were made committed to many developing nations around the world, where is PNG? Why are we not organized to access those funds? That will go to mitigating some of the issues that the other honorable leaders are bringing up. Some of the devastating effects of climate change in the coastal communities. Those funds are available for that purpose. It's just us not accessing it properly. We're not putting the documents and the proposals properly to this organization so they can fund us. We are writing one letter and one meeting and we tin but money bakama tomorrow tasol. It doesn't work like that. You need to get your documentation in order so that you can have access to those funds. And I think it's important that we take proper and competent advice from our public servants. They need to do their job. And of course, that'll give us access to these funds that we are trying to access. The other issue that I want to bring is that in relation to giving us no credibility whatsoever is we keep on supporting projects that are not in our national interest. We keep on dealing with people with questionable backgrounds, especially in this industry. Many years ago, there was a big rush to go around and, of course, try and look up all the landowners and everybody around the country, promising millions and millions of kina. Some of us in our small electorates, we had to try and fend off this kind of behavior. And of course, our people were upset with us, thinking that we were trying to stop them having access to millions and millions of kina. This kind of cargo cult expectations that we are breeding and feeding to our people need to stop. And this law can bring about that change and bring about that stability and, of course, have an orderly approach in managing carbon trade in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the fees that we are talking about is not that much, but once you establish it by law, and once you bring it through, it will continuously increase. There will be no stop to it. If we have to introduce these levies to manage climate change issues in the country, then let us reduce the levies that we are charging on fuel and things on other issues. For instance, only not so long ago, we introduced an additional forestry tax, which brought it up to 70%, killing the entire industry. I thought that that tax was to manage our climate change issues in the country. So the good point raised by the member for Kundiawan needs to be appreciated and taken into account. Let us not duplicate issues where costs, we're just maintaining people in jobs. We need to get the issues right so that the benefits really travel down to and flows down to our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are already, just to conclude a few words, we are already in an over-regulated, over-fees charged and fees that our people are struggling to pay. Let's take time to take stock of this and review this, especially Section 38, and then reintroduce this particular bill together with your budget papers. And if the minister needs support, the budget should support him to manage the administrative work of this very important department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to offer one or two commentaries in this important bill that Minister for Environment is proposing. He has taken on board this responsibility that is quite complex, that doesn't only affect us locally, but more importantly investments and the way we link with the global family of nations. Climate change is contemporary global conversation, contemporary global issue, and I appreciate the fact that this Parliament is mature on conversations in relation to climate change relation matters. And I note with specific interest the issues raised by all speakers, especially matters pertaining to charges that may be passed to our people. The opposition leader raised some very credible and pertinent points. These are certainly noted, but I just want to give assurance to our people. We are a government of trying to alleviate the burdens of our people. We've shown in the last 4 years we've been in government, in the budgets that the Treasurer has passed. We have lifted non-tax-paying threshold from our small Papuans who are earning salary. Those who earn under 20,000, we've lifted, and they're not paying tax today. We have made an attempt to look at subsidizing at the fuel buzzer, subsidizing at the point of sales of essential household items, and that attempt is that work is still going on. Simply, we need to reconfigure the way IRC has programmed the computer in the calculation of GST in all point of sales. And so this is we've been cognizant to the fact that times are tough. Our people are doing it tough out there. We don't intend to unnecessarily pass charges to our people, let alone fuel charge, which is heavy on our people. And if the unintended consequence of what is being proposed here stares in our face, then our government will make necessary corrections as Treasurer brings our budget papers in November. I will give assurance to this House. This bill has no intention whatsoever to pass the cost of burden or pass the cost of these fuels to our people. Expressly, and I note with special interest the mentioning of fertilizer and fuel in this bill. I want to give my fullest assurance. We will take a look into these specific provisions of this bill. But the whole of the presentation by the Minister is good in a work towards making our country better identified as a green country, sensitive to our global obligations of ensuring that we are living in sync with our obligation to protect our environment. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate to all of you, global finances are shifting. More corporate boards, including ExxonMobil and Total, they have more green consciousness in their board than ever before. And when our country have a label of green country, that we are conscious to our environmental responsibilities, then we stand to be an attractive investment destination as investors try to mobilize funds to finance projects in our country. So that is the other counter of the debate. as we grow economy, as investors come in, and I appreciate the commentary by the member for Yalibu on the importance of this climate change conversation. In fact, his government passed the first climate change bill we had. That was work in progress over many governments. Somali government started that process. When the world was not yet talking about climate change matters, the father of our country, great-grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, was talking about climate change, was talking about forest conservation, was talking about ending from our country's propensity to be a carbon sink. And that propensity, that potential, that asset still remains. What the minister is doing is to harness and try to refine further his organization so that there could be an effective organization to be a one-stop spot to get out there, mobilize climate change resources and fundings to come in. We've been attending many COP meetings, COP24, COP25, COP26, COP27, and I've been asked to attend COP28 simply by the fact that we are a big ocean nation and we are a big forest nation. I did protest in a meeting where forest nations gathered at Libreville in Gabon. I said PNG will not attend COP28, but we were especially requested to attend COP28 and we will do so. But our conversation will go at the back of PNG and small island nations. They are big climate change and sea level rise victims, yet we are taking steps. And all of you who are big carbon emitters, you're not being honest. You're not committing to the cause. You're not contributing. Despite pledging over $100 billion every year for the Green Climate Fund, you have not. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give an indication or inform this House. The Treasurer was present at the White House when I informed President Biden straight across the table that big carbon emitters, those who hold big carbon footprints on planet Earth, the industrialized nation, and the USA being the #1 global economy, China being the #2 global economy. I will be visiting China next week, same conversation when I meet President Xi Jinping, that you are big carbon footprint holders, yet you have not commensurated your global duties with taking care of the environment, let alone honoring the mitigation and adaptation efforts you pledged to since Paris meeting. So those conversations are contemporary globally, but we're trying our very best to act locally, to reorganize ourselves so that when Environment Minister, Forest Minister, or Prime Minister or Treasurer for that matter, when we stand out there, engage at the bilateral or multilateral levels, we are known as a nation who have moved in the environmental space, the legislation space, and work in other areas that will give us a basis to further knock on established and big economies, big carbon footprint holders that they have not acted, but we are acting locally in our context. I want to ask this Parliament, give support to this bill, but I will give commitment to this House as we look in the two specific sectors that deals with the fees and levies, especially on the agriculture, on the nitrogen fees and the carbon fees. We will look into this so that it is not passed on. The intention is not to pass it on to our people, but those who are big carbon holders who come in, they work in cognizance to the fact that we are a country with a regime and framework that is consciousness of not having carbon emissions, but contrary to this, forcing them to participate in our forest management, forest preservation, and our other mitigation efforts. So I want to, Mr. Speaker, through you, I put my reputation on the line. I want to ask you that this House support, when Treasurer brings our budget papers on November, we will look into these areas and we'll inform the House what is the value of this passed on to our economy. And we hope in November we amplify the fact that this cost that is built into climate change mitigation efforts is not passed on to our everyday users out there in the oceans or in our economy, in our country. With this, Mr. Speaker, I recommend these bills to the House, and I give certainty, if need be, further amendments will come back in our November sitting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. The results of the vote. The ayes 82 and the noes 6. Mr. Clark.
6. Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change Management Amendment Act 2015 and for related purposes.
Congratulations, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent orders of the day
18, 19, 20, 26, and 25 government business been called forth with.
The question is, that the motion be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 18. Constitution Amendment Law 2023, Prime Minister, third reading, second required opportunity for debate, and second vote from 8 June.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Speaker, in accordance with Standing Orders 222F, I move that the proposed law now be read a third time and commence second required opportunity for debates. Mr. Speaker, this bill comes back to us. And we have the opportunity now to make amendments to what was earlier proposed. Mr. Mr. Speaker, and it's not an opportunity for debate on this.
Question be put.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Okay. Honorable member of Yalebu Pangia, when a point of order,
Order me also me talk Prime Minister and explain him one em law you me totok land one em bill by me vote land. Can the clerk or someone explain to us, please? Thank you.
Honorable members, the sila bill ya, I mean nubla bill and bill way companies lo floor. I mean tok tolongan, but because planning member blo you no clear, lo wenem the sila bill me blong I blo wenem. So time you make am long, time blong ba debate must come up of the Prime Minister tok no kat mani sanab lo debate. So me like ask him, Mr. Clark, lo you sanap na you explain him long all members of Parliament wenem the sila bill and blongan.
Honorable members, we are on. Okay. Sorry.
All right, move up lo bill yet, Mr. Prime Minister, may me make him this law to clear you members of the Parliament.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I like apologize for a little bit of confusion. This is a constitutional amendment to the relevant provisions in the organic law organic law that deals with the ombudsman section. This one we are amending the, and I want to appreciate members who had an earlier vote, and we're amending the reference on Section 31 in respect to dismissal of office for those who hold elected office. This one, we are uplifting the threshold from 3 years to 5 years. This is a bill that the Ombudsman Commission did propose, and members of Parliament earlier in the first reading voted in favor. If a leader is found to have breached leadership code and a tribunal has found him guilty, the term of suspension is not 3 years, but is uplifted to 5 years. And the attached proposed also to Constitution is attached here. We're simply replacing the word 3 with the word 5 to lift the term of suspension to 5 years. The second aspect of the amendment, we're deleting the words by statute and replacing them with the following: by or under statute. And we're adding immediately after clause B, we're adding clause C, a new clause that says, whereas government shares or interests are held by Prime Minister or Minister or a number of ministers or by a nominee of the state. That is also inserted into sense where shares could be held by government ministers, prime ministers, or nominee of state as trustee. So it's a simple amendment in respect to this, and I offer this for clarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think display me clearly now because time lo 8 of June, first floor vote Parliament and mixim 87 only talk right. Lo display bill. So you mean now because question have been put finish by me go straight long. So honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a 2/3 absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bells. Close the doors. The question is that the proposed law without amendment is now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand.
18 go benisa. Supposed to get number. But number plus that.
Those against, please stand. Honorable members, the results of the vote: the ayes 90 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A proposed law to alter the Constitution and for related purposes.
Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister. You have the full support of this Parliament. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 19. Organizing on the duties and responsibilities of leadership, Amendment Law 2023. Prime Minister, third reading, second report, opportunity for debate and second vote from 8 June.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I go into the new bills, let me firstly appreciate members of Parliament on both sides of the House. The 90 who voted for this historic amendment. Mr. Speaker, many times public, our country and our people accuse members of Parliament of protecting their own interests. If there was any doubt that this Parliament, this body of leaders, are there to protect self-preservation, today's passage of the earlier bill dispels this. Not all members of Parliament, if not all of us, are here to do the wrong thing. Ombudsman Commission did propose this series of bills that has come up, and we embrace that, and today you saw both sides of the House passing. The earlier bill, Mr. Speaker, I put to you humbly, is now gone into law. Upon your certification, it will now mean that any members of Parliament who are found in breach of the leadership code will serve 5 years out of office and not 3 years, as we have had in law since 1975. This is historic. the country must be assured that leaders on both sides of the House take responsibility of leadership seriously, and we pass a law that will see if any one of us have stepped out of line and are found to have offended any of our country's law, then we'll be out for 5 years and not 3 years. So historic in a sense, and I just want to say thank you very much to all members of Parliament on both sides. You have rose above and showed to our country that we take our responsibility seriously, and we are moving to this space. Mr. Speaker, before I also read the other the bills that I have coming up on Ombudsman Commission, I want to inform you and inform this Parliament that this Parliament has already approved our senior Sir Luther Wenge, the Honorable Governor of Morobe, to be the chairman of the Ombudsman's Committee Parliamentary Review Committee. It will get to work. And I want to speak here. If this Parliament has taken heed for proposed reform from the Ombudsman Commission, then Ombudsman Commission and the country must also appreciate that this Parliament is sincere in some of the reforms that we want to do. The committee of Sir Wenge will get to work, and we will then bring in subsequent reforms that should protect our countries in as far as our code of conduct and our anti-corruption views are concerned, but at the same time preserve the Section 50 rights of our people who have casted to the leaders who are in Parliament. That right is not easy to be trampled upon by one or two. It must be preserved in totality, and only matters fitting to move to be referred must be moved to be referred. And we will tidy in the process where leaders are not exposed to double jeopardy. We now have ICAC, we have police, we have ombudsman that is functional. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and our country, we look into the Ombudsman Commission institutions in totality and preserve their role, but at the same time secure Section 50 rights of our people, preserve the sanctity of office of the members of Parliament, and those that are deemed qualified to have breached leadership code, the standard will be higher, and the prima facie standard of proof also will be higher, and this will be part of the reform that this Parliament will bring up as we support the proposed amendments that the Ombudsman Commission has brought to us. So once again, thank you, members of Parliament, for making history. We've now changed a law that was 48 years old, a three-year suspension term. We've now brought it into a 5-year suspension term as a reflection on each and every one of you, the 90 of you who voted on this one. You followed in the footsteps of those who voted for the historic ICAC bill to have been brought into Parliament earlier. So Mr. Speaker, on this note, let me also, in accordance with Standing Order 222F, I move that the proposed law be now read a third time, and these are associated changes that the Ombudsman Commission have proposed to us in respect to how we submit statements. Some of the statements, for instance, if you're late in submitting statement, instead of being a referral matter, it becomes a fine matter. And some of the little areas that we felt needs to be tidied. The attached proposed organic law amendments are attached for your reading. This is the second time it comes back to us, and I put to this House that we support the final vote. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Clerk, ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. Oh, sorry, open the door. Announcement to those who are on the gallery. If your phone is on, please put your phones off. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendments be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, result of the vote are as follows. Those in favour, 89, and those against, 0. Clerk.
Ted reading. a proposed law to amend the organic law on the duties and responsibilities of leadership. One.
Clerk.
Order of the day, number 20, Organic Law and Ombudsman Commission Amendment Law 2023, Prime Minister. Third reading, second required opportunity for debate and second vote from 8 June.
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Standing Order 22F, I move that the proposed law now be read a third time, commence the required second debate opportunity. This is a subsequent amendment that complements the earlier two amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by the two-third majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment is now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, the result of the vote as follows. Those in favour, 89, and noes, 0. Clerk.
Third reading, a proposed law to amend the Organic Law and Ombudsman Commission.
Clerk.
Order of the day number 25, Constitution Amendment Law 2023, Prime Minister. Third reading, second required opportunity for debate and second vote from 8 June.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, rather. I want to appreciate again, as we have concluded the earlier three constitutional amendments, members of Parliament on both sides who stepped up, who fulfilled their constitutional duties by getting through and passing the three amendments into law, and this is historic. We're making good amendments in the Ombudsman Commission, and I did said earlier we will commit to further reform in that important institution. Mr. Speaker, again in accordance with Section 222F, I move that the proposed law that we have before us be now read at that time to commence to commence the second required opportunity for debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that comes to us in terms of a proposed amendment to the Constitution that I brought in. We did allow it to come through Parliament in the first vote. 88 voted in favor on the 8th of June 2023. It comes back to us again for the second time. This is in respect to amending Section 144 of the Constitution, especially in subsection 1, by repealing the word 32 and replacing it with the figure 38. This is in respect to the ceiling of a cabinet portfolio that any Prime Minister today or into the future may allocate in as far as space in cabinet to do work for our country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some will argue on the rationale of why additional ministries. I put to those who argue against additional ministries the statistics before us. In 1975, the population was under 3.5 million. In 1975, the economy was an economy under 5 billion. In 1975, the challenges that we have today was not compounded and aggravated to where we are today. The members of Parliament then we were 109 seated Parliament. Today we have gone past 111 when the two new provinces of Hela and Juaga came in. We now also 118 after the additional 7 electorates were brought in, and very soon, in 2027, will be 123 seated parliament that will deal with matters of, relating to our people. The executive arm of our government is important. We are a country of so much diversity. We're not only a country of one people, one language, one ethnicity. The diversity of our country requires that it must be, all parts of our country must be adequately represented in cabinet, and also that there must also be composition of cabinet must also be done without strong consideration for political formulas. Mr. Speaker, so it is in this context that we want to uplift and change Section 144 by repealing the 32 ceiling in cabinet to a 38 ceiling in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I put this to the House for consideration.
Honorable member, you may get a question be put only proposed finish, but this law is important, so we can allow him debate. Honorable member Blovanemo Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, you, Mr. Speaker, I'm a very important bill. I'm stopping this Parliament. This bill will increase him 6 additional ministry. Mr. Speaker, it means literally creating 6 new ministries and creating 6 new departments. Mr. Speaker, I'm totally against this bill, basically because, we are here creating jobs for ourselves and not worrying about creating jobs for our people. That's literally what it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should be worried about creating jobs for our people and and improving the living standards of our people and not creating jobs for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, our youth is a time bomb. Unemployment is time bomb. Law and order situation in our country is time bomb, and it's spiraling out of control. When we create 6 new ministries, it's cost involved, Mr. Speaker. Cost. We already have 4 new ministers established. The Ministry of International Trade and Investment, Ministry of Oil Palm, Ministry of Coffee, and Ministry of Livestock. These ministries, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, do not have departments. We do not have departments for these 4 ministers that's existing. We have policymakers, but where are the drivers? We need to establish departments by way of policy and legislation. We are now coming to this floor of Parliament to try and ask the Parliament to approve 6 new ministries. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to create more cost that our country is already carrying. We have also created 13 new electorates. 7 have already been voted in just the election that we just had. And these 13 new electorates, 13 new MPs, we are yet to establish their DDAs, the office. Where's the infrastructure? The administrative structure of the CEO of the district finance manager, the program managers. See, when we do this, we change the entire public service machinery. And that's where cost is involved. Mr. Speaker, we do not need 6 new ministries. We do not need to create 6 more jobs for ourselves. We need to create jobs for our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is also embarking on 18 special economic zones. 18 special economic zones. When we have ailing infrastructure, our power is more or less non-existent. Electricity. Where is your sewer? Sewage and sanitation. Water supply. We have not fixed this. We have not fixed power problems in our country. We have no proper water supply systems in our country, and yet we are coming to the floor creating jobs for ourselves. Creating jobs for ourselves. The pay packets of ministers, the perks and privileges of ministers, the new departments, the CEOs that we're going to have, the first secretaries, the FASs. This is cost, Mr. Speaker. Cost. Mr. Speaker, we have so much underlying issues. We are investing so much in Connect PNG program, but yet we are not fixing existing roads. We have so much to deliver to our people. We cannot afford.
We have a point of order. What is your point of order, Mr. Minister?
Connect PNG is investing in new roads and also old roads. So I think may appeal leader law refraining this word. We are not maintaining the old roads.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm basically trying to say that all these activities that's taking place, it involves cost. And right now, we cannot generate enough internal revenue to be able to support our budget. We are going out of our country and going and negotiating to borrow. We are on economic life support, Mr. Speaker. We cannot afford to have 6 more new ministries. We must address our existing problems, Mr. Speaker. That is the point I'm trying to drive at. We must address our growing youth, the growing unemployment, the law and order situation. We should be worried about how do we address the conditions of our policemen, of our CIS personnel, of our Defense Force personnel, of our teachers, of our doctors, our nurses. That's what we should be worried about. Our hospitals, our schools, there's no medicine. Only today we know that there's no vaccines for our children. And yet we are coming to this floor of Parliament to pay ourselves, to create jobs for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I will not support this bill.
We have another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think his comments are fair, but by saying that we are creating jobs and paying ourselves, it's out of order, Mr. Speaker. For a senior leader of his standing on this floor to eject and say that we are creating jobs for ourselves, I think everyone on this floor has a job already. So, Mr. Speaker, I think he should refrain the way he's posing the question, because people in our country are watching. And when we senior leaders in this country say things like we are paying ourselves, putting jobs for ourselves, it doesn't go well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Vanimo Green is still debating, so I allow him to conclude his debate.
Mr. Speaker, the good, powerful minister of ministers, the most powerful minister, doesn't seem to understand that creating ministries.
We have a point of order again. Honourable Minister, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, what does he refer to, powerful? And I think he's elevating me closer to the level of God, though, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he needs to refrain what he's saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member of Vanimo Green, I believe you have to...
Mr. Speaker, what I mean is that he's the powerful minister for planning, finance, DIRD and everything.
I understand that, Honourable Member for Vanimo Green. I believe you have to withdraw that statement, powerful, and just address him as minister.
I withdraw the word powerful, and I'm saying that the minister with all the portfolios. Let me put it that way.
We have another point of order. We have another
Mr.
point
Speaker,
of order.
he needs to retract that. I'm not as powerful as him, walking into chambers of court. I'm just a simple minister doing my duty as a state minister. He needs to refrain and retract the statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Lobani Green. By you too, by you withdraw him. Now, Honorable Minister, you too, by you withdraw him the statement. Long I walk about kung sa court. Desala I no good platomas. No desala flow. You withdraw him. Bien, mami ask you withdraw him desala.
I withdraw. I withdraw, Mr.
You
Speaker.
withdraw. Honorable Minister.
I withdraw.
Thank you. All right, let me allow you to conclude your debate, Honorable Member for Vanimo Green, but please mind your words.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm basically trying to say is when you create a ministry, you're actually creating a job. That job comes with a pay. There's perks and privileges involved. You cannot say we are not paying ourselves. Yes, we are on members' pay, but when you create a ministry, you pay it at a different level. That's cost. That's pay. If the good Minister for Planning and Finance and DIRD doesn't understand what it means by creating cost, and then you have the departments that you have to create. So you create new CEOs. New CEOs.
Honorable Member, you're giving a point of order, are you? This should be the last point of order. So, what's your point of order?
Thank you. Thank you. Good member for one more green. Good luck debate and put him. Lo me yet me personally meeting him him. Great job. Time 6 for new ministry is going to that's creating job. Yeah.
Honorable, you explaining point of order because you like debate now.
No, me like I'm meeting him. Time new 6 for ministry is going to me saw him new job going to down the line, I'm nubla job. Me got plenty of man panemok stop and bambla put him all the work so. Please, nubla job, me bla talk here. I'm now bambla creative job here, me bla like creative job now so please. Honorable business blue you na mandem language blue you on the floor, please. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you Lord. This but point of order blue out of order you like debate. So me ask him Honorable Member of Luwanimo Green you can debate, but be mindful that other members of parliament also want to debate on this bill. Thank you. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm basically saying is that the pay that we are supposed to pay those 6 ministers, the new departments that we are going to create, and all public servants that are going to be involved, that money should be diverted and directed towards other areas like law and order, areas like building hospitals, building schools, improving the living standards of our policemen, of our CIS personnel, of our Defense Force personnel, our teachers in the rural areas. That's big money by creating 6 ministries and 6 new departments. There is cost involved. That is what I'm basically saying. Why do we have to pay ourselves by creating these 6 new ministries and creating 6 new departments with CEOs and FASs and ASs when we should be diverting those funds into most important areas where we create jobs for our people? So what I see as creating 6 new ministries is creating jobs for the parliamentarians when we should be creating jobs for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will allow, Chair will use his discretion to allow their members of parliament who would want to discuss on this bill, so Pima Milare, Minister of Law, Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, you will not upload debate law this law provision because meeting also I'm straightforward. Should be 1/3, the cabinet should be 1/3 of the parliament. The provincial assemblies, you governors know it very well, seated here. Your PEC is made up of 1/3 of the provincial assembly. So if you are a governor trying to debate here, then you basically have to check yourself as well.
because it's 1/3 of the Provincial Assembly, and therefore the Parliament has increased its electorate number. It is increased, therefore, it's straightforward. It's supposed to be 1/3 of the Parliament. Cabinet is 1/3 of the Parliament, so why are we arguing about cost and all these things? It's a straightforward matter. It should be straightforward. We should pass it that the number of seats have increased, and therefore the number of the size of the Parliament has increased, and therefore it's 1/3 of the Parliament. It's straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abau.
Mr. Speaker, as you recall, in the first reading, I stood here to oppose the amendments. And I am asking my honourable colleague leader, Honourable Belden Nama, to support the bill, because I'm supporting the bill this time. And the reason is very simple. I think we've had our Prime Minister discussing this very eloquently, and the Public Service Minister has just argued the right perspective, and I will support the bill, and I strongly recommend, and the reason why, two reasons. One is that Prime Minister has assured us that he doesn't have to make the appointments in one go. You need to build entities up first, structure them well, and then make the ministries and the departments, and then we deliver them. So in that instance, I will support the bill. The second reason is my party, our development party, has advised me to support the bill to recommend 4 areas that the new ministries could look at. Our party, our development party platform is based on 3 critical areas, and one is to support the churches. Churches have been around for a long time, and they've contributed enormously to developing this nation. But we bury them under the community development ministry. So we are suggesting, ODP is suggesting, establish a separate churches ministry, so that the country, in order 10% tithing, all those principles, we need to, and the proposed for this country to be declared as a Christian country. ODP is suggesting that a new ministry of churches should be established in this country. The second area that ODP believes in is the bulk of our people live in villages. We've been arguing about cities. The other day we talked about city development, more land acquirement, more houses in cities. But my argument has always been that our people have been building their village houses by themselves, no government input, because there's no government real policy on village development. Somehow we have skewed away from where our people daily life. So we are recommending as a party to look at the Ministry of Village Development, not under the big name of rural development, but village development, so that we create, for example, under the DDA, we create a separate chart of accounts, education, health, etc., but village development. So that's the second recommendation. Third one is ODP believes that there should be a separate Ministry of Research and Development. R&D is the way to go. Don't pack it under higher education and universities and all that. Make it separate by itself. Research and development. Minister for Health has been arguing about, evidence-based policy decision-making, which I fully support. So the nation going forward must have a Ministry of Research and Development by itself. The last recommendation out of the 6, I'm recommending 4 new ministries, is Ministry of SMEs. We've been talking about this, pumping 200 million in the banks, etc., but it's all over the place. That one minister to take charge. Because global evidence is, when the middle base of the economy, which is middle-level businesses, is strong, global financial shocks will never shake us to collapse. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the Prime Minister in this amendment. Thank you.
We have a point of order. Was it? No, Gada. Now I will ask the Vami entertain him last two plus speaker and then me entertain him question be put. Honorable Member of the Suave.
For recognizing the good people of Trave. Just to add to the current debate, I commend the bill put forth by the Prime Minister. Basically, Mr. Speaker, because of the comments made by the other honourable members, especially the cogent point raised by our good Public Service Minister. The country's grown, Parliament's grown, so we need to have the right ratio of ministers to members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, my point with respect to how the Constitution is framed, anybody can stand for elections, Mr. Speaker. Under the democracy, we have the ability, whether we're teachers, whether we're doctors, whether we're engineers, whether we're businessmen, to stand for elections and become members of Parliament. And that's the beauty about our democracy. Mr. Speaker, when members of Parliament come into Parliament and as equals, they vote for their Prime Minister. Amongst the House of Equals, we nominate one Prime Minister. It's incumbent on the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to delegate his powers, which were given to him by Parliament, by members of Parliament, based on meritocracy. You have to get the best people to fill these portfolios, because the Prime Minister is only as good as the people around him, Mr. Speaker. So with these 6 new ministries proposed, I fully support the bill. My only comment and remarks to the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister not look to create new ministries, but split the current ministries that are currently in Cabinet: Finance and Planning, Petroleum and Energy, Internal Security, Higher Education and Sports. Split these ministries. The biggest word that has to come out from this bill, Mr. Speaker, is efficacy. We have to efficiently allocate and utilize resource. And we have to be effective in how we drive public policy for the development of our country, Mr. Speaker. And that means that all ministers have to be put on notice. If you can't deliver in 3 months, step aside and let other members of Parliament come in and do the job. And that's what Parliament's got to be about. I've seen that the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, has been one of pleasantries, platitudes and Pollyanna. We haven't had enough effective debate and disagreement on Parliament. We're leaders of the nation in this House. Not one of us knows it all, but all these opinions, they all count. And this is what I think has been missing in this 11th Parliament. So with respect to this bill, I fully support it, but I only ask that the good Prime Minister, through his wisdom, split up all these ministries and not look to create new ministries, but effectively allocate to members of Parliament that are qualified and have the potential to contribute meaningfully to national development. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Finance and Planning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to contribute.
We have a point of order, do we?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Governor, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, in our excitement to pass the bills, we've forgotten that my committee has a job to do, and that's to present the constitutional laws and the acts committee report. So I'm just saying that I'm sitting here waiting for you to call on me. Thank you.
Honourable Governor, point of order, out of order, because you missed up discuss and debate with this bill. So behind, so was this item may come up, then me plug and sing out you long. Make him this la. Me ask him, Minister Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to contribute few of my thoughts to this debate. And I'd like to object violently to some comments made by our good leader for Vanimo Green, and at the same time support some of the statements made by our good leaders in this House in respect to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the comments made by our good Minister for Public Service, a very senior leader in this country as well, Honorable Sepu Katemu, and the Honorable Member for Chuave, and the Vice Minister for Planning as well. I appreciate and underline some of those very strong comments made in respect and support of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, when we make comments, and I refer to some of the comments made by a good member for Vanimo Green in respect to creation of new departments, and some of those comments I think were made were not true, Mr. Speaker. If I can object some of those, for example, when we created new districts, we have not created or funded those new DDAs. That is completely incorrect, Mr. Speaker. Most of these districts that we created in this parliament, by allowing that report to come, and we created 6 additional districts, they already had sub-districts. So those public servants were already, the payrolls were already in there. The system of government was already there. The LGs were there. We did not create new districts to create new CEOs or new public servants. We simply had existing.
We have a point of order. What's your point of order, honourable member?
Mr. Speaker, let's not mislead Parliament. When you create a new electorate, you are creating a new district, and that new district has a new CEO. He's saying there's no CEOs. How can the Member of Parliament and a district operate without a district CEO and a district finance manager? So for Minister for Planning to allude that the creation of
Honourable, sorry, Honourable Member of Vanimo Green, we have a point of order. What is your point of order again? Ijibitari. Wait. By you wait for him, na lari me entertain him. Me entertain him, point of order belong in finish. Na behind me come to you. Honourable Member of Vanimo Green, point of order you.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say here is this. The good planning and finance minister is misleading Parliament. When you create a new electorate, it comes with a new member, new CEO of the district, new district finance manager, and all the program managers. That's implication to public service machinery. That's it. And that's cost involved. You have to pay the new CEO, you have to have a new finance manager, you have to have a new member of parliament and all the program managers. I'm saying this is cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member of Vanimo Green. And point of order, you make him a discussion, blue finish, so everybody's heard what you have said in your opinion. Honourable Member of Long, Poponeta, when and point of order, blue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing my point of order. I just wanted to remind the good member that he opposed to the 7 new districts, and he still endorsed a candidate in one of the new districts that he won. So, you know, just talk sa with us.
All right, point of order, you and me, out of order legally. The order law are set, but inside law, no, in order. So, when and point of you. Sorry, point of order, out of order because I'm chair by he talk with in order, as Mr. Abundin Bilarema, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if, as I said most districts, and it can be unanswered, I said most districts that we created, those new districts had existing sub-districts. Take, for example, Lage Pogara. Pogara had a CEO, Lage had a CEO. So no new CEOs. We just split the district in between because they had sub-districts existing. Mr. Speaker, that's the point I'm making. We did not create any new CEOs or new program managers. They had already been sub-districts existing. Mr. Speaker, the other point on you may start life support na, you may create work na. I remember one of my discussions, and I think the good member, I think he had a change of heart. Because one time he approached me and he said, we need to create new ministries. And when he came here, I suddenly saddened to see that his point of view has changed, because he had a different opinion a couple of months ago. Mr. Speaker, me like finish na mito gosem. Time you me leader make him kind point to sem. You me like pay him you me yet. You me create him work blue me yet. Good learned members here know that. You me all members taplo place here, place Kanakao, one district. Pay him is exim and pay him all man miria. Coffin box, school fee, house cry. You mean no member blow place blow white man so pay him is exim and private pay blow you mean to gam you pay him yet. You mean go to Savelos Laos here, coffin box you miss Salem go, house cry, school fee, every day morning speaker, you care up to all man sena blow doya. Solo toko se mimi pay mimi yet. You must sensitive. How you say you fortnight blimina, only blimi resource na time So Mr. Speaker, me like underline him, bold him, italize him, or comment, the leader will support him. You must support him the legislation. 10% is the right number. Now you put them go, take for example the comment to a vice minister you talk. Okay, me all finance minister is stop. New minister create him, prime minister get rouse him, no need to create him new department, finance is stop, DRD is stop. No need to invent the wheel. Minister is already there, but we are limited by the number of 33. That's why you increase him go 38 so that suppose to leader him to be powerful too much, prime minister but rouse him na new minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we can hurry more some more the money bill had nali like him question before. And me him clear now. The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. The questions that the proposed law without amendments we now agree to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand.
Doing this one. This is the constitutional amendment.
consequential amendment.
Honourable members, the results of the votes, the ayes 83 and the noes 5. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. The proposed law to alter the Constitution and for related purposes.
Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 26, Organic Law on the Number of Ministers, Amendment 2023, Prime Minister. Third reading, second required opportunity for debate and second vote from 8 June.
I present the report of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts and subordinate legislation relating to the organic law and the number of ministers. Amendment 2023. I ask the Mr. Chairman to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, in our pursuit to pass the laws, I was not given the opportunity to present our report on the on the constitutional amendments on the ombudsman, but for the purposes of the information of Parliament, the people of this country, I just want to inform Parliament that the committee actually recommended for Parliament to pass the legislation. So I want to just inform Parliament that what we have done, passing the law, is in concurrence with the recommendation of my committee. Mr. Speaker, I present to Parliament the findings and the recommendations by the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws, Acts and subordinate legislation on the proposed laws to amend the Constitution and the organic laws on duties and responsibilities. Sorry, let's go on. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I present to Parliament the findings and recommendations by the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws, Acts, subordinate legislation on the proposed laws to amend the Constitution and the organic law on the number of ministries. The proposed laws are: 1. Amendment to Section 144, subsection 1 of the Constitution. 2. Amendment to the organic law on the number of ministers. Mr. Speaker, the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws, Acts and Subordinate Legislation is a committee of the National Parliament. The functions of the committee are to have general responsibility concerning the Constitution, matters not specifically in the functions of other committees, and in particular responsibility concerning proposed laws to alter the Constitution or organic laws and acts required to be made in the prescribed manner by the Constitution. The committee shall consider and report to Parliament of any proposed constitutional law and any constitutional matter referred to it by Parliament before there is any opportunity for debate on the proposed law or matter as directed by Parliament. And the committee may consider and report to Parliament on any constitutional matter or question as it thinks fit. Mr. Speaker, the proposed laws, once passed by Parliament, will provide for the number of ministers to increase. The committee, in its deliberation, finds that the amendment to Section 144, subsection 1 of the Constitution is not applicable at this time given the economic implications. The increase will have funding new ministries. However, this is not the first time the number of ministers has increased. The first increase to the number of ministers was done in 2010 through an amendment to the Constitution and the organic law.
The current number of ministers is 32, excluding the Prime Minister, and with this amendment, the number of ministers will increase by 6 new ministries. Mr. Speaker, attempts by the committee to gauge views from individuals and groups and the public at large on the proposed laws was unsuccessful, despite the fact that committee put out the call for public submission in daily paper and through the parliamentary Facebook page. Mr. Speaker, after consideration of these important amendments to Parliament, the committee recommends that the proposed laws to amend the Constitution and the organic law on the number of ministers be passed. I thank Parliament.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
You don't need
Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to also appreciate the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Law and the Subordinates, Chairman Governor Iparas, who did indicate there was a public advertisement to receive comments from public in consistent with the requirements of law. Today, this one comes back to us after the first successful passage, the first vote on the 8th of June 2023. I just want to inform this House, whilst there is an associated cost to creation of new ministries, we are mindful of the fact that the issue on additional costs associated with the new ministry. However, let me inform this House in the context. One new ministry has a cost of about 3 to 5 million kina in terms of annual recurrent expenditures. We just heard from Chairman Governor Iparas that there was an earlier increase from, I think it was 28 to 32 as it sits. This gives opportunity for any Prime Minister to move from a bottom ceiling of 6 to a higher ceiling of 39, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the first constitutional amendment that was passed. This subsequent organic law amendment is coming to complement the first law that first constitutional amendment that we passed. As I was saying earlier, needless to repeat, the workload has increased. When the 7 Prime Ministers before me appointed a cabinet, consideration does come in terms of regional representations, provincial representations, and of course political representations. Sometimes these representations overlook appointments on merits or credible appointments, qualified appointments. The workload has increased substantially. From what it was in 1975 to what it is today, as I did indicate earlier, Parliament's gone bigger, population's gone bigger, workload's gone bigger. And we will be responsible. We will not create unnecessary ministries. The 3 additional ministries in the agricultural sector or livestock sector that was created was to just give effect to a policy to improve production in this space. We have not yet created departments. I just want to inform this country. This is deliberate. We don't want to create massive departments. The ministers are just political oversight. Similar to state-owned enterprises today, state enterprise minister, my government closed down a department. We don't have a department carrying this department. We have a secretariat that supports the minister to do his ministerial work, but he just coordinates between the portfolios that he has oversight of. So I want to assure this House, your Prime Minister is not stupid in this proposal. The workload is big. One minister having 2 or 3 or 4 portfolios, by the time he does his round, it might be already a year. So splitting the workload amongst qualified ministers to carry the load is important for our country. The hindsight benefit on a closer political oversight on departments that must work or government agency or portfolio that must work far outvalues the 6, 5, 3, 4 million kina that might be required to keep a ministry operational. And I want to give full assurance we're doing this at the back of a growth economy. And a member for Wanawa Green pointed that our economy is struggling. It is struggling, but we are living in a growth economy. When I took over the economy in 2019, we were living under 80 billion kina in as far as the economy was concerned. Today, we are a 113 billion kina economy established by IMF, World Bank, ADB. Next year, when Treasurer presents a budget in November, we post 120 billion in as far as the economic size is concerned. Our budget delivered last 3 years under tough times, and this year, the way we are tracking, we are collecting more revenue than ever before. You only have to ask IRC. You look at personal income tax, there's a substantial growth, despite us removing tax from over 200,000 low-income earning Papua New Guineans who don't pay tax anymore. We've removed the tax from them, but personal income tax has grown. Corporate tax has grown. GST is growing. Despite not increasing even GST, there is a reflection that there is a growth in the economy. Today, we collected from IRC and customs much more than we've ever collected in 2015. We've now collected at 9 billion kin already. That was the internal revenue in 2015, if I want to put a reference point to a time. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not reckless. The workload has increased. We're growing the economy, and hopefully in time, the effect we're doing, the structure of government we're putting, will have a residual effect on a growth economy, people feeling the value of the benefit that we're trying to pass on to them. And so I want to inform this House, it is not creating job for the boys. All members of Parliament already have a job. All of them are satisfied. None have lobbied to be ministers. But knowing the need for ministers to be closer to portfolios and the workload that some of us carry, we felt that additional 1 or 2 or 3 appointments can lift the load in certain areas. You now look, for instance, internal security, combined CIS and police. The cry for police attention and CIS attention is growing also. The cry in the power sector and the cry in the other sectors. So that is an amendment that gives any Prime Minister of the day an ability to pick ministers from the pool that that Prime Minister has before him. And I know that this certainly, if we get to work it correctly, it will add value to the way we do business. Government is the biggest employer to anyway, Mr. Speaker. In this country, government remains the biggest employer. We should move past that and public sector become employer. But any government organization creation adds 1 more employment. When you talk about employment, adds 1 more employment into the picture also. So there's a fair debate in the other side, not to create additional ministries, but I'd like to feel the compelling argument on closer political oversight in implementing portfolios and agencies and departments requires us to have a little bit of space more, and hopefully in time we could infuse quality in those appointments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a 2/3 absolute majority of 79 members. The Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bells. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the proposed law without amendments be now agreed to. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. The result of the vote, the ayes 83 and the noes 4. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a proposed law to amend the organic law on the number of ministers.
Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister. Liberal government business.
Mr. Speaker, thank you through. Me like thank him, all members law, opposition side, government side, members, ministers, governors, all members of law, sinon through law, today, bill want them all issued law, or statements, debates na, this law, all amendments you make him the constitution. Mr. Speaker, me like move that you made in Parliament go tomorrow 10 o'clock. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before me adjourn in Parliament go 10 o'clock tomorrow. One black talk sabe the soli kamlosia. Also by tomorrow, pa body blow one walk blow you me the late honorable member blow day. By come inside the Parliament. So me asking you blow the members of Parliament blow come on time. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock so that you can pay him last respect to me. Blow one walk to me and me lose him you me. One time this la me now adjourn in Parliament. We go tomorrow at 10 o'clock morning.